So, welcome everybody. We are very happy to come together here for the EuroTeQaThon, the final part of the EuroTeQ Collider of this semester. Veronika Becker and me, Stefan Wuster, we are very happy to serve as the organizers and hosts of this event, the local organizers of this round of the EuroTeQaThon, taking place here in Munich at the TUM School of Governance as part of the Technical University of Munich.
After 2 super intensive working days, our teams are now ready to present their final solutions to their challenges. We have 16 teams from 6 partner universities who have been working on challenges around the EuroTeQ Collider theme, Leave No Waste Behind. And all of the teams have been putting a lot of energy and passion and effort and time into developing solutions of their solutions to their projects. And we're super excited because today is the day where all of them are here in Munich and where all of them are going to present their final solutions.
So, and before we digging deeper into the solutions, seeing all this presentation on this day, we are also very happy that we can welcome our keynote speaker for today, Ines Podgajska. We are very happy that she's with us today. She's Secretary General of the Association of the Nordic Engineers. And as a former Latvian diplomat, she has experience, more than 21 years experience in stakeholder management, negotiation, and communication. And advocating for the engineering role in advancing responsible AI and achieving sustainable development goals, she really is the person who, I would say, that can help us at the beginning to dig deeper into our topic. So we are very happy that you're here today, and we hand over the floor to you. Thank you that you're here.
Thank you, Stefan. I think I should hire you as my own PR agent in the future. Thanks for a very nice presentation. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of EuroTeQaThon, dear students, members, and jury panel. I'm very glad to welcome you to the second EuroTeQaThon and final competition of EuroTeQ Collider, which happens in presence this time. And I'm happy that the focus of this event is Leave No Waste Behind, an ambition that I hope will become a reality one day. The organization that I represent, the Association of Nordic Engineers, is very proud to acknowledge that EuroTeQ Collider goal is where the new perspectives of different learners intertwine and collide to come up with new joint solutions. Because cooperation across partners and projects is a very big antidote against disruption and a silo mentality. This green transition really needs talent and knowledge flow between countries. I'm happy and also excited on behalf of the students because I can imagine how nervous you might be right now. And also very proud to see how many winners of the local colliders from the 6 partnering universities are present today, which are TUE in Eindhoven, DTU in Copenhagen, École Polytechnique in Paris, CTU in Prague, TELTEC in Tallinn, and TUM in Munich. This event gives us all an opportunity to learn about your bright ideas and innovative solutions for our ecosystem. Over the last weeks, you, the participants of the local Collider, have almost simultaneously worked in interdisciplinary teams on specific projects for the sustainability issues. You invested your time and energy to come up with new solutions posed by real challenges in the fields of consumption, cities, and energy. And as the winners of the local colliders, you have already demonstrated how your creativity and enthusiasm contribute to the discussions on how we can reduce waste and move to a more sustainable society. You have been supported in this task, but by great and enthusiastic, committed mentor and challenge givers. So I also would like to thank project staff members for their dedication and their effort, because the flag projects like EuroTeQ we really need in the future, because it allows young people to be involved in development of their education programs. It actually allows the young voice to be heard. It also strengthens the cooperation between higher education institutions to develop education programs that can deliver the future specialists that can propel us to the green transition. This type of projects is really essential to motivate, attract, and retain specialists in the STEM field. This project also demonstrates entrepreneurial approaches to address societal needs and challenges of the companies from your respective local communities. But it's also noteworthy that the project has focus on lifelong learning, because we need to remember the fact that you are now a student doesn't mean that you will be stopping your learning. Lifelong learning is a new earning. And this is why I hope that in the future, colliders will also include and will be open for vocational training and professional learners. Because today, the number of engineers already in the market outweighs the output of students. And this is why my hope is that universities will also be open for more small-scale, tailored courses which would provide a more flexible upskilling and reskilling. The uniqueness of this project lies also in the challenge-based approach, interdisciplinarity, and intercultural learning. But I think it also demonstrates a cross-generational cooperation, because this can be really beneficial for the know-how transfer and co-creation. So despite this exciting experimental phase, already today we are gathered here to witness participants' brilliant results and pitches that you will be all presenting later on to the jury. And I would like to thank our jury, because there we have representatives from different stakeholders group from educational and professional ecosystem. So on behalf of our organizers, I would like to say thank you for your time and dedication. EuroTeQathon is a unique learning experience where imagination doesn't have any limitation. It will be a day full of bright ideas, great energy, and innovation. At the end of this day, we will select 3 winning teams, 1 on each in subcategory, and the award for winning teams will be the trip to Brussels and possibility to present your results in front of the European Commission. So let me finish with a quote from Albert Einstein. It's not so very important for a person to learn facts. For that, the person doesn't need a college. The person can learn them from the books. The value of an education is a liberal arts college. Is not learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think something that cannot be learned from the textbooks. This is exactly what the EuroTeQ project provides. This is a liberal art college. So I wish you all a fantastic day. I wish success to all your students. I'm really with you and I'm feeling for you. And let the best solutions win. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ines, very much for your speech, for the inspiring words, and we are very happy that you give this speech to us. But we are also very happy, as you said, that you also provide your support, being part of the jury, and following the whole day. This day is very packed with a lot of, we think, very interesting and inspiring presentation and projects. And so we are now very happy that we, as the local organizers, can hand over this part here to the moderators of our day. Henry and Liane, please come here, and we hand over the program and the floor now to you. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. On behalf of me and my colleague Henry Achter, really happy to be here and to moderate you through this program today. Before we get started, I would like to introduce you to our jury of today. Our first jury member doesn't need any further introduction because you've just heard from her, but I would like to have a big applause for our first jury member, Ineze Podjeska. And then we have 4 more jury members from our different institutes who are visiting us online today. So I would like to ask each of them to briefly introduce themselves. And I would first like to give the floor to Kaisa Hansen on behalf of Tallinn. Is Kaisa online?
Yeah, hi. I can share my video in 2 minutes, but yeah, my name is Kaisa Hansen. I am the Startup Center Manager at Tallinn. I am also a startup founder myself. I have founded 2 green tech startups, and I am helping students and scientists to come up with their own startup ideas at Tallinn. So very excited to hear all your solutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Kaisa. Then on behalf of CTU, we have Aleš Mikrek as one of our jury members. Marek,
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, yes, it shows me that MHVP is not connecting the audio, so it's great. I'm happy to be pleased, even on online presentation. Yes, I'm looking forward what I will see now and today. And I am from CTU, Faculty of Architecture. I'm head of the department of the construction engineering, and as well I am a practicing engineer as well. I'm running my practice more than 30 years. And the topics which is presented today, I think it's very current and very important. So looking forward, and I think I will learn a lot of today, despite the fact I'm practicing a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then next up, I would like to introduce you to Dirk van Meer.
Yes. Well, hello, everyone. Dirk from CORE, one of the student team startups from the Eindhoven University of Technology. And well, I've guided over 800 students by now in going from just an idea into a startup, of which still there are 50 startups alive and going. So that's at least some turnover. And I hope that I can provide you not only with a lot of valuable feedback today, but maybe also some ideas on to continue with your story just after today as well.
Thank you very much, Dirk. And then last, but definitely not least, on behalf of our host university, Gerard Müller, can I give you the floor, please?
Yes, a warm welcome from my side. I hope you hear me. My name is Gerhard Müller. I'm a Senior Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs here at the Technical University of Munich. And I'm really looking forward to this great event today. So kind of a dream comes true now for the second time to bring students from different groups, from different departments in an interdisciplinary way together. So I'm really looking forward to the ideas presented today and to our discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as you can see, we have a 5-headed jury from all over Europe who are very excited to hear about your projects. But before we get to the first project, I would briefly like to take you to our program of today. So as explained, the theme of our EuroTeQathon is Leave No Waste Behind. And within that theme, we have 3 different domains. So the first domain is city, in which we have 5 different teams presenting from our 5 partners universities. Then we'll have a quick break. Then we will get into the different energy projects, where we have 6 teams presenting here today. And last but not least, we'll get into consumption, where we have another 5 teams to present. Then we'll have a break, in which our jury will also have some time to deliberate and to define a winning team for every domain. So at the end of the day, we will have 3 different winning teams. And then we'll close the program here and say goodbye to our online audience and to each other after 3 amazing days here together in Munich. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Henry to introduce our first team today.
Thank you very much, Lian. So as was said, the first block concerns with the challenge for cities. 5 presentations, and the first presentation will be by a team from CTU. The team name is Planet, and the topic of their presentation is Right Things in the Right Place. So please come to the front, the speakers for the team, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Usually, we are late everywhere. But to our surprise, and maybe everyone else, we are first to arrive. And what we did, I would like to show you, as an irony, a planning and problem identifying program. We call it Planet. Nice. So, what do you want your city to be? If we talk about cities, we talk about safety. We talk about living, fun. In short, city is a living organism, and like every other creature, it wants to live its life in peace and safety. With Planet, we can bring this bright future to the present. And now, I will tell you how the Planet works.
I'll stop you right there and explain the technical part myself.
Go on.
So, at the heart of our solution is the universal equation. This equation is based on 2 parts, 2 competing parts. The dx and the ex. The dx stands for the point of interest coefficient, and the ex stands for efficiency coefficient. All of the functions are continuous and go from 0 to infinity. Now, the point of interest coefficient sets the baseline of the demand and takes into account the similar and interesting placings in the area. The second part, the efficiency coefficient, takes the distance into account and lowers the demand for the point of interest coefficient. Now, when we multiply these 2 together and add up all the factors that influence the decision, the resulting number speaks about the demand that is based on the microstructure of the city, but with the ability to view and compare the city as a whole. Now, because the problem is inherently mathematical based, all of the coefficients are highly customizable, making fast prototyping possible. So let's look at the real life example. We cooperated with our energy distribution company to bring charging infrastructures to Prague. So here you can see Old Town Square. That's in the center of Prague. And on top of that is overlaid the demand map that was generated by the universal equation. The warmer colors represent higher demand. So, how did we define the parameters to make this demand map? First off, we didn't want any charging points or charging infrastructure near historical buildings because they would destroy the scenery of city center. With that, we just had to define a negative coefficient on the point of interest coefficient and the efficiency coefficient, which naturally lowered the demand. Next, there is the okay, let's just skip that. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. I think we have learned how the heart of the planet operates. Now back to the bigger picture. Planet isn't just a concept, it's a real deal. And I tell you why. We don't need to plan any new device into the city, we just use the data we have. And with that, we can unionize once again and use our knowledge. Now, it's not just for charging points, but whatever you want. Pickup places for Amazon and so on. Please, see, now scan it and plan it with Planet.
So we invite the other team members to come on stage, and there is opportunity to ask questions from the jury members. So please, if there are any questions.
Is it just possible to ask questions? I don't know.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so my question would be, I think, thank you very much for your presentation and also for presenting this equation. For the example you mentioned, so the question I would have is, are you incorporating in your equation then, if I understand correctly, also, let's say, conflicting targets, conflicting interests? Is it included in the equation, like this distribution of the supply and probably historic requirements of the city? Do you include it in the equation directly in order to find an optimum, or do you focus just on one or two assets in this?
Yeah, so no, we take all the categories together, and there's a sum, so we multiply these categories, which competes with each other, and then lowers and heightens the demand.
And then just to add here, how many categories are then together? How large is the sum? What is, I think, well, it was added?
We just had like 6 samples. There were historical buildings, current charging points, public infrastructure, yes, and 3 more. Yeah, but there can be more categories. It just depends on the definition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, please?
Maybe I have a question. You talk about the samples. Is it correct? The samples, how you used your function? How it could be used? Can you present if it was used in a certain way already, or what is your use case?
The demand map was actually calculated. The result was the map that you saw.
And you discuss with your partner how it will be used in the practice in the future?
Well, it just defines where you would want to put the charging stations. So it's up to you if you want to put it there, but it's just for your knowledge.
Okay, thanks.
It's basically like that. You create the heat map based on the demand map, and then the program finds strategic placement based on the number of places you want to put it. So it was great for Prague, but it can work in any European city.
Okay, understand. Thank you. Great.
Are there any other questions, please?
Is there time? May I
Yes, there is still time.
Yeah, okay. I would like to know, how do you calibrate the efficiency coefficients? Because I can imagine that if you come then to this one value, this depends very, very highly on how to calibrate those factors. I think it was called the factor E. So could you say some words about that? How is this done?
Yes, so it's calibrated by some distance. We did a survey with people around our campus and asked them how far would they be willing to go if they, for example, want to go to the office or to the museum or some other cultural places and so on.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, unless there are any more urgent questions or remarks, then thank you very much, first team of the EuroTeQathon.
So I think being up here with all the people in the room and all the cameras is can be quite scary, and then especially if you have to go first. So I think that's thank you very much on behalf of everyone for taking that task and being the first one here. Then next up, I would like to give the floor to our to a team from DTU, Team Polysec, who will filtering waste with waste. Please join us.
Do I just start or? Okay, sorry. Hi everyone, my name is Christian and this is Rasmus, and we're here to present our sustainable filtration membrane called Polysec, which is made from waste PTFE. The polymer, also known as Teflon, can only be processed once, which makes it difficult to make its life cycle more circular. But with our solution, we aim to change this, and we want to utilize its great chemical properties in our advantage, all the while working towards UN goals 6, 12 and 13. What you see here is Trelleborg, our collaborator, and they are experts in producing high quality sealing solutions made out of PTFE. But every year they produce approximately 700 tons of waste, and even though they have heightened their focus on working by reducing their waste, they have not yet found an innovative way of either recycling or reusing their waste. And this means that they, up until now, have just been putting their waste in a nearby landfill. And as you might can imagine, this is not good for either their own or their customers' sustainable image. But most importantly, it's bad news for the environment, who ultimately suffer the consequences. And with that said, I will hand it over to you, Rasmus.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, my name is Rasmus. I study chemical engineering and work part-time beside that at Veolia, where my specialty is water production and filtration. And I'm here to give you the technical perspective. As Christian mentioned earlier, we're working in close cooperation with Trelleborg and their material specialists to get a deeper understanding of what makes this so unique. And we come down to 5 really unique things for this material. It's the low friction, it's both hydrophile and lipophile, it's chemical inert, and it's thermical stable. This makes it great for using as coating on cooking pans or in a sealing for a hot motor. However, when looking at it from a recycling perspective, it presents a great challenge. Yeah, actually it takes up to 4.5 million years to degenerate in nature. In comparison, a normal plastic bottle like this takes 450 years, so it's quite a long time. These things that make it so unique was also an idea or our goal with this to actually utilize, and we found that the electronegative intermolecular forces could be used when we mixed it together with another polymer. We choose the bioplastic PLA, putting them together and actually making a porous molecule structure which enables us to filter materials. There are some different parameters we tested, such as particle size, filter thickness, and mixing ratio, and these made different pore size, and therefore we could utilize them for different membranes in different industries, potentially. And with that technical knowledge, back to you, Christian.
Yes, thank you. Talking about the future for our product, as Rasmus says, we can utilize our filter in many different industries. One particular industry that we see a huge potential in is the filtration of different liquids, and especially in the filtration of water. Because looking at a global scale, we have an ever-increasing problem with water pollution. And in Europe alone, it is estimated by the European Environmental Agency that almost a third of our groundwater is polluted due to agricultural and industrial wastewater. And this poses a huge threat to all of us. So there's a need for immediate and innovative actions to change this negative course. And looking at the potential we have with our product and the market that we are in, it is estimated that the market is worth $50 billion. And on our own research, we estimate that $2.5 billion are being spent on buying filters and membranes alone. And if we can obtain a mere 5% market share, we are able to remove and reuse 30,000 tons of PTFE waste every single year. And this is at a much lower cost compared to our competitors, but most importantly, we create a product which is only based on recycled and waste PTFE, which is a huge bonus. So in short, we are Polysec and we filtrate waste with waste. Thanks for listening. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So while we have your full team joining us, I would like to give the floor to the jury to ask any questions.
If you had to give one reason why it would indeed be the cheapest option, or why people would switch from existing filters to yours, seeing that now the market is in hand by other parties. Could you explain me a bit more how you're going to achieve the 5%? What is your go-to business plan to grow into the market?
Yeah, sure. So as I said here at the end, our product is much cheaper because we don't have actually to pay for the PTFE that we use to make our filters. In fact, we are getting paid for removing the waste from our collaborator, and we are the only ones who does that. And also, almost every company in the world want to strengthen their sustainable image, and by buying filters that are made from waste, they are strengthening their sustainable image, and yeah, that's what they want to achieve.
And seeing that it's quite a large market on its own, which you already said, it means that the production of this is, well, larger than a lab facility at least. Did you take that into account within your calculations?
So that's of course a problem that we have to take into account when we get further on our journey. But as of right now, we are collaborating with different mentors from our university production who have expertise from production, and they are going to help us with creating the right means to create a production on such a large scale. Yeah.
Cool. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any? I see Gerrit Muller has a question.
Yes. I would be interested. Well, in principle, the key problem is the PTFE, as far as I understood. And isn't it just, I put kind of an advocatus diabolus, is it just the postponing of the problem somehow to use it again? But at the end of the day, you also have to get rid of the filters. How long do the filters function and live, and then finally you have the same problem, but then actually with an additional stakeholder on top.
Yeah, thank you. I think I maybe should answer the technical part of the question at least. The thought about the filter is that we mix these two materials, and the PLA is a thermoplastic. Therefore, we can actually remelt the filters again, separating the two components and potentially remaking the filters out of the same material one more time. So, of course, it's not just postponing the problem, but we try to make the life cycle as long as possible.
And if I can get a quick note on that, it is important to remember that even though Teflon or PTFE is a toxic and harmful product, they don't have a substitute for it because of its great chemical properties. So our task is to find a way to reuse the waste as long as it's being used in production.
All right. Do we also have a question? Oh, yeah. Let's give the floor to Kaisha, please.
Hi,
Do you have any?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask if you have validated this idea with customers, with potential customers, and what was the feedback that you received? Are they willing to do this switch that you mentioned?
Yeah, I don't know.
So the customers that we've talked to have all been open to if the filter, if we can make it work and not toxic, which I mean we've tried and we've shown in some of our prototyping so far. They would be willing to switch because of the price of the filter.
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll go to Alesh for our last question for this team.
The last question, do you have any price comparison to the existing methods which are existing now and your new? Yes.
So that's a difficult question to answer because the price on existing filters depend on the size of the filter and the mixing ratio of PTFE in the filter, and also the pore sizes of the filters make the price vary. So it's difficult to make an estimate on how much cheaper we are. But the fact that we can use a waste material already makes us much more cheaper than competitors.
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
We think so too.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, team from DTU. And now we move to Tallinn with the next team. The name of the team is Urban Mobility Hub. And the topic of their presentation is let's reduce city traffic CO2 by real data measurements. So please come to the stage.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. Let me introduce you to our project, which is Urban Mobility Hub, the solution to make cities truly smart and sustainable. Click. So, the project is run by a diverse, very experienced team from different domains, driven by science. And I'm here. Click. I'm here not going to convince you that climate change is real and the level of CO2 emissions on its high critical level. And we are all, as this sad polar bear, feel pain about this. So instead of going generic and saving the whole world from global warming, we are going to save at least one domain, which is sustainable mobility. And this is why 70% of greenhouse gases are produced by cities, and 1/3 of this are produced by transport. And 50% of CO2 emissions in Estonia, they're produced by traffic by capital city, by Tallinn, and we assume European capitals even go worse. So at the same time, European Union target the reduction on greenhouse gases emissions reductions generated by traffic by 2030 by 55%. And this is really ambitious number. And we came to ministers of Estonia and asked where do they get these numbers? How they measure the CO2 emissions? And we found out that the measurement is based on Sol Petrol, which is only once a year, and by publishing the report, the result is almost 2 years delay, which is critical late. So currently we have at least 3 problems, which are qualitative calculations for CO2 data in order to make data-driven policy changes. Second one is scientific-driven, very technological solutions which are easy to follow and easy to apply. And third one is the speed, as we really don't have time to waste and we need to make real-time actions. So in order to solve these problems, we created Urban Mobility Hub platform to collect and analyze CO2 data generated by traffic. And in order to create this measurement calculations, we use traffic data such as speed and travel time. We also use video cameras already pre-installed in the city to track vehicle types and classes. We also have urban noise sensors and weather data. And collecting these multi-modal data sources, we create as an output such an analytical dashboard to see the current situation of the city in different intersections and also to see the future predictions, what is going to happen in any sector of the cities. So imagine you have a long day at work, you have a headache and you want to drive home and probably have a fresh air. So you go to our dashboard and you see that your intersections are very high polluted now. So you want to skip that and find another way to route. And mostly important, this dashboard can work as simulation, so government can apply some solutions like changing roads to pedestrian areas or making some intelligent light traffic to reduce congestion, as this is the biggest pollution in the cities. So we can also simulate this without investing money into real action. So the solution works for different stakeholders like public and private, and we also have open API to apply business solutions for this. So we also have proven our pilot within the list of that was not me. So we proved it as a list of authorities in Estonia, within city of Tartu, within Tallinn Green Capital, within Ministry of Economic Affairs, and they all find our solution really efficient in order to make real changes, not to waste the whole year and apply it and see how it works in reality. So we also have monetization strategy, how we are going to make money out of our projects. And this is a list that municipalities proven that they won't already buy our product, as it is already ready-made and we have a demo to demonstrate. And we hope that your city will be also interested in our solution. So help us save your city from greenhouse gases and make this world a better place. Thank you.
Very well done. Also my compliments that you did not get phased out when you suddenly had no image. Excellent. Yeah. So if there are any questions, maybe also from Ines or the other jury members. Gerhard Müller, please.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the interesting presentation. My question is actually, well, this information that you deliver, which is certainly very valuable, to some extent on a more generic way already exists. So the question what I would have is, what is the reason that you are very confident and optimistic that having the more detailed information provides better impact, better solutions, when on the other hand side we realize that the key challenge actually we have is to make the individuals behave in a different manner. And so do you think the cities have a better argument with this information, or is there any direct link to the individual which forces him or her to change the behavior? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
it's a very complex question. Thank you very much. So starting from the novelty, I guess, why we are different. This is all about methodology for CO2 calculations. And for now, we know that there are no existing carbon sensors that would estimate the footprint of the cities. So that's why we combined multimodal data fusion in order to bring precise calculation, as precise as possible, is also kind of relative. So that's why we truly believe that this scientific approach will bring most realistic data of the pollution. In terms of behavioral driven, so one of the part of this, it will be to drive from the governmental point of view this behavioral change, as from their point of view, they can apply policy changes, strategic decisions to change the roads, to like avoid some constructions in these intersections because they see this real data. And it might be also useful to apply this intelligent light traffic control, as we also have like another microservice. This is only as a one product, and we also have different sub-products, sub-services on our platform, and one of them is this control light that will be applied in different roads and avoid some traffic jams. So that will be already like real actions for individuals, so they will drive more faster and avoiding this pollution. And on the individual level, in order to end customers, to private sector apply changes. We also have like mobile applications, so they can also see and it's also about our health. So they might care about what are the sections to drive, etc. So that's why we believe people do care about health and environment. That's why they will be driven to look up for this data and apply some decisions.
Thank you very much. Ines, please, you have a question.
I think it's very impressive that you have already a big list of customers who would be interested in your product, but how is it a user-driven project? I mean, have you measured the really demand from users for that?
In terms of our stakeholders, so for us, users are also like public sector, so administrative are also for us kind of users, as we have admin portal for them, like a back office with advanced features, so they can apply different modifications to predictions and to simulate different actions. So from this point of view, they will be interested that they need to make some changes, some policy changes. So, and from user experience, from like client applications, from mobile app or API, people might be interested in, because we do have this strategy, we have the climate plan to go to net zero by already 2050. So that's why people might use this data to change their behavior. So.
Okay, we have time for one quick question. Alash, please.
Yes, do you have an idea how difficult or easy it will be if you would like to implement your application into another countries or another cities?
It's not very difficult, not at all. So we are very customizable and plug and play, and in order to apply to different cities, we just need to have sensors, and we applied shared economy approaches. In Tallinn city, we already have sensors installed everywhere as cameras, and we believe in other cities it also exists. We just need to connect to them to retrieve, to extract the data from them, and to connect to our platform. As the architecture of the platform is based on microservices, and we can redeploy it on any environment for any city and like create a distinct platform for any of the city in the world. And we also see this also that Tallinn is like a pilot city. This is our native city, and we really believe that the biggest impact it will be probably in Germany, as it's also one of the one of the impactful countries of European Union. It will be our next target, and probably next we don't want to focus only on Europe. We will go beyond and go probably to US or China, which are the biggest polluters in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think one of the learning objectives that we also have at this Collider and with this type of education is for people to deal with uncertainties. And I think what you just showed by just presenting with a straight face, even if your slides stop, is really impressive. So I'm really happy to see this resilience students that we have here. So next up, I would like to give the floor to one of our teams on behalf of TUE, Unite to Park, Less Waste and Less Space.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Tisha Visser, and I'm here to represent Unite to Park. I hope I understand how this works. No? Next. Yes. Our aim is to achieve less waste in less space. And I would like to introduce you to Jan. This is Jan. Jan lives in this neighborhood in Eindhoven. And every day Jan comes home from work and this is what he finds. A street full of cars and he needs to drive around for 15 minutes to look for a parking space. And Jan is not the only one. After working hours, lots of residents drive home and try to find a parking space in their neighborhood. And this causes a lot of frustration. But also increased traffic and emissions in the area. We provide a solution for this. This is, Jan, who is very sad. We provide a solution for this because Jan's location, Jan's neighborhood, is located next to the TU Eindhoven campus. And the TU Eindhoven campus has parking space where demand after working hours actually drastically declines. Our solution is therefore a platform where we offer local residents like Jan the ability to get a subscription for parking space in an institution nearby, like the TUE, after working hours. Local residents have the ability to get a subscription via our platform, registered to their license plate, and we guarantee that they have a parking space outside of working hours. When they come back from work, they can just go to the campus, park their car, and retrieve it the next morning. Because of renting out the unused parking space is an unexpected revenue stream for the TU Eindhoven. And we only use the parking space after working hours. We are able to offer a competitive price for our subscriptions. Well, the average price for a private parking spot in this area is around 75 euros a month. We offer a subscription for 40 euros a month. And looking at the parking space with a maximum capacity of 600 parking spaces, we estimate a potential profit of 200 euros a month after initial investments and upkeep costs. Regarding upscaling, we see a lot of potential residential areas nearby institutions where we can implement the same structure and same platform. So our solution leads to more utilization of existing parking spaces and less emissions due to less traffic searching, parking traffic, less parking search traffic. And that's how we achieve less waste and less space.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask your team members to join the stage? And then I would like to give the floor to our jury to ask some questions to this theme. Gerard Müller, please.
Just a question, what would you say, how would you answer a politician who now says, well, we actually want to get rid of the cars in the city in general, and if we facilitate actually the availability of parking space, we will, at the end of the day, do the opposite of that.
I would say that we can actually decline the use for parking spaces in the neighborhoods, because also something that politicians want is to have more green living areas, and also more space for public value. So this is, if we elaborate this all over Eindhoven, for example, we create actually space in the neighborhoods for people to live.
May I just add there a question? Probably I didn't get all the points. I would say, first of all, the places in the immediate neighborhood will be filled. And then if there is no place available, then people move on the institutional parking places. So the question is, how would you safeguard actually what you just said, that the neighborhoods stay empty and the cars are parked in the institutional locations?
Could you please repeat the question?
Because you just said that there is a wish that actually the neighborhoods are not so packed with cars. I would say the people park the car, first of all, in the neighborhoods because it's in the immediate vicinity of their houses. And at the end, if they don't find a place there, then they go to the parking places at the institutions. So as a politician, I would say I don't believe that the neighborhoods will be more relaxed. I would say they will be filled as always, just the additional cars are elsewhere. So are there any instruments that you accompany your project in order to really get rid of the cars in the neighborhoods?
That's a good question. I think the first step would be to relieve some of the pressure that is already there right now in the neighborhoods. So take off the extra pressure by using the institutional parking spaces. And then based on the results of that, it would be interesting to see, together with politicians, how we could work this out further.
All right, thank you very much. I have a question here in the room, so I'll first give the floor to Inés and then we'll go to Dirk after that.
I think it's very good to make some specific projects and tools that help politicians to change something, but at the end of the day, it's the people who are concerned. And I think it's in continuation with the other question is, what is the win-win for the person who lives in this area from your project?
All right, so I will repeat the question for our online audience. So it's also about the people and what do you offer for the people that live in this area? Who can I give the floor? Yeah.
I think the win-win for the people is that, as we've said before, the most important thing we offer like very competitive prices compared to maybe other companies who provide a similar service. I think that's one thing people were very happy about. And other is, I mean, who wouldn't come back home, like want to come back home early? So it saves them a lot of time every single day, like driving around, finding a place, sometimes eventually not finding a place at all. So I think these are the two most important things that people would be happy about.
All right, thank you very much. Dirk, can I please ask you to ask your question?
Yeah, a bit of a follow-up on that one. If I looked at your cost, especially this very specific user case that I am more than aware of, when I park at campus now as an employee or no longer employee, you pay €2 a max per day, else it's $7.50 per time that you park there. So if I park for 5 days a week on campus right now, I already pay €75. And that makes my question a bit twofold. As a university, I would take the risk that with your app, and if people indeed are willing to find places, that I will take the €75 I could earn there. €40 means they only have to park 5 days a month at our place to earn the benefit, the profit that your company or the offer that your company makes. On the other side, having a parking permit in Eindhoven is €40 per year, and you get a couple of those cars per household. So that it would be even very expensive to use your software. So I can imagine that if you go for work to someplace, you go for a parking deal like the ones you showed, because I would like to park somewhere in Eindhoven to go to a meeting. But if I live there, actually, it's the city already promotes you being able to park nearby. So the only thing you could do is maybe tell them where else they could park, but it would actually always be more expensive than to just park it in the street. And then maybe finding the people that park on my spot near my house would be a decision that a municipality would take quicker than to ask me to pay more to then walk a long distance in the cold on the 21st of December in the dark towards my home. And I don't know about you, but I prefer to just then park right in front of my house, or I will do the touring to see if I can find something closer by than just the university. So what's your answer to that? Because your business model itself feels like it's not validated per se with a large group of customers, like for instance, the people living around the Eindhoven area. Did you do that, and what were the outcomes of that?
Who would like to take this question? A brief answer in terms of the time.
So you're right. One of the first steps would be to validate the plan by actually going around in the neighborhood. And you're also right that the permits are possible right now. Only there's a limitation to them. It's one per household, and they're actually planning to decrease it. And also with added pressure from visitors in the neighborhoods and people that have, for example, company cars, that own a car for their company. The pressure in the neighborhoods is actually pretty high. So there's already a segment of the people that are moving into the private parking space market, and we offer a competitive advantage compared for those people.
Okay,
all right.
cool.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, thank you very much. So we already saw 4 exciting presentations on the topic of cities, and now we move to the 5th team and the last presentation on cities, and that's a team from TU Munich. The name of the team is Incentivy, and the title of the presentation is Make Value of Waste. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our presentation on smart waste collection. We are Incentivy in collaboration with Infineon. I want to tell you a story which made us realize the direction of our idea. To start with the story, I want all of you to close your eyes. Let your mind wander a little. Breathe in and out. Lower your heart rate. Imagine to wake up early on a fresh morning breath. It must be a nice feeling. All of you must have felt it. Now, I want you to open your eyes. Look up. What do you see? Trash. And this is what the Munich City Waste Management section sees every day. They have worked over the years to create a cleaner city. However, the existing system is still inefficient. Trucks have a predefined route which is fixed, and they move longer distances than required. Engines idle more than required, they emit more emission, and they lose time. They pay more on labor and fuel. And we think we have a solution for this.
So what is our solution? We offer a sensor module that can be adapted to any type of bins. And these sensors read different types of parameters, but the most important one, volume. This data then is sent to our platform, and in this platform you can see the status of the different bins in different locations. So here we have an example of the current system. So the truck is stopped at every bin, either they are full or not. And on the second picture we see the optimized route. And here the trucks just stop at the bins which are full. And this reduces travel times and also the stopping of the trucks. Since we know that the route optimization can change the schedule of the collection, we also offer a mobile app. Then the waste management companies can let the users and the citizens know when the next pickup will be. So what are the benefits of our solution? It can save up to 20% in fuel consumption, 18% in CO2 emissions.
If this solution was implemented in Munich, for example, 1 million euros per year could be saved only for fuel consumption, and more than 1,000 tons of CO2 emissions. In total, it can save up to 40% in costs. The cost of implementation is low, and it's 47 euros per bin, and it can easily be paid through its benefits. And why are we innovative? So we offer adaptability, since our module can be attached to any type of bins. So this lowers the costs of just adapting the current system. We offer versatility, since we have cooperation with Infineon, which provide us with the semiconductors. And this gives us more flexibility to offer different sensors for different needs of our customers. And of course, this is a combined solution. So we also offer the web platform and the app. And this is how we compare to our competitors.
Now, who do we want to work with? We want to work with the sensor suppliers, Infineon, and remember, this is our mentor in this challenge. We want to work with TUM, who are never out of solutions for humankind, to further our idea through research. Of course, our customers are key, who will experience the first smart bin. To conclude with this presentation, we are convinced that the waste management solution is a solution long overdue for Munich City. And we want all of you to adopt or join us to implement this system. And remember, Munich's story is just one story out of the hundreds of cities in the European Union. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Welcome rest of the team to the stage. So we have time for questions and remarks. Please, jury members. Yes, Dirk, please.
I know that, for instance, in the Netherlands, a lot of the waste companies are currently busy with this exact challenge. To be honest, even we are currently busy with this exact challenge within Core. And one of the most difficult questions that we got is that bins outside are relatively easy, but the difficulty is bins inside, because especially when it comes to, for instance, geographical location, there's a level of depth. Because if you have everything on one spot, that's very doable, but a lot of buildings have height, and then it becomes very hard to identify whether something is above the other or vice versa. So if you look at a lot of bins, only about 40% of them actually are outside, not stacked in any way, and the rest of them is inside a building on a different level. Have you thought of this yet, or was that outside of the scope, seeing that you only have a limited time for this assignment?
Yeah, we were addressed this problem. We talked with the AWM. So one solution we like to implement is with the landlords. I mean, it's a bit complicated, but we can install a Wi-Fi receiver in the basement or underground and then relay the signal to the outside. That's the solution we thought. But it depends on the location and buildings.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Müller.
Do you hear me? Thank you also very much for the nice presentation. My question is the following. Did you already have the time to estimate the impact of the solution in terms of that customers, the population of a city is then also benefiting from producing less waste in terms of that the bins are not emptied every week, but every second week or etc., just when needed. Is there any assessment what this could also create as a reduction of waste in general?
Yeah, so in the app, we don't only want to show the schedule, but also have different features where we show the production of waste in each bin. So then the social part and the citizens can also get to know how much they are producing and per year, and they can also reduce the waste.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, please, from the jury?
Maybe mine. Yes, I read that some American parcel delivery company try to prevent in the routes of their cars to turn left. And I think because it is spending more fuel when you have to turn left. Did you think about this possibility to prevent turning left in your application route planner? No. Do you understand what I mean by that? Because it is more fuel consumption, it causes more CO2 if your cars, which is coming for the base, yes, are on their routes, it's necessary to turn left. If they're going straight and turn right, this is more efficient regarding the route planning. Yes, it just is my note, yes, to consider it in the future to prevent turning left in your route planner. That's all. Just take it as a note only.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any other questions, please, or remarks from the jury? Maybe from the audience who is here in the room. Do you have any questions? Very unsuspected. Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. Not only have we seen now 5 exciting presentations on the topic of city, we have also seen excellent timekeeping, both by the teams and Christina, who is prompting us when the time is up. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. So now we have a break until 10:30, please, especially for the audience online. So please come back at 10:30, then we will continue with the next block of topics concerning energy. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back everyone, both in the room and online. After the presentations that we had for cities, it's now time to go to the second domain of today, which is the topic of energy. And within that topic, I would like to give the floor to our waste heaters, or should I say haters, with their slogan, New Life for Waste Heat.
Sure. Hey, so hello everybody. My name is Prokop. This is my friend Eduardo. And together with a company called Gasnet, we are giving a new life to wasted heat. So, did you know there are over 20,000 pressure reduction stations for gas pipelines throughout the whole Europe? And yeah, the question is, what even is that, right? So, it's pretty simple. The pressure in the gas pipelines is pretty huge throughout the grid. And before it gets to our house, the pressure needs to be reduced. It used to be done with a simple valve, but the new way of doing that is with a turbine. So basically, we can use the pressure energy to create electricity. Yay, so cool. But the problem is, the gas needs to be preheated before it enters the turbine, otherwise a droplet could be formed and that's dangerous. So how does the preheating take place? It's done by a thing called cogeneration unit. It basically burns a little bit of the gas, creates more electricity, and also creates heat. That heat is then used for the preheating. This mechanism works pretty fine in winter times when there is a huge gas flow because we all use our radiators, right? But during summers, it doesn't work at all because the gas flow is too low. So the heat from the cogen unit would be wasted, so the cogeneration unit doesn't even run. It was paid for, but it just stands there. So how could we solve that? Well, we came up with an idea of innovative cycle that would use this wasted heat as an input and create even more electricity with this wasted heat. How is that possible, you ask? It's because we are not using water and water vapor as usual in the cycle. We are using organic material. And which organic material are we using, Eduardo?
So we decided to use pentafluoropropane since it has nice mechanical properties. In fact, it has a really low boiling point temperature, and therefore it needs much less heat to run an expansion cycle compared to other compounds and especially compared to water. So, but now, having said that, we can skip to the fun part, right, Prokop?
Yay, calculations. So, the principle is pretty easy. We took one particular station in Czech Republic, and we look at the cogen unit. How much heat can it generate, and how much heat do we need for the preheating? The rest of that heat we can use for our cycle. When we have that number, and then we chose some other arbitrary numbers like pressure, coefficient, and temperature, we created a simple Python script which basically calculates the cycle, and out of that, we are getting some output numbers like efficiency 0.2, and the power produced, which was 73 kilowatts. But how much money is that, right?
Well, of course there are some economical benefits with our solution. In fact, we made some calculations for one specific pressure reduction station in Czech Republic, specifically Velké Němčice, and we calculated a profit of around 8,000 euros a month. So if our solution was to be applied on a larger scale, for example in Europe, where there are about 20,000 stations like these, well, you can do the math. And of course, there are also some environmental benefits. So first of all, both the existing installation and our solution are not carbon neutral, because some fuel, some gas has to be burned to assure the preheating. But compared to conventional power plants, where to produce electricity, fossil fuels are burned, we are significantly reducing CO2 emissions. Of course, with our solution, we have to burn a little more gas, so we are going to generate a little more emissions of CO2, but this is in favor of a major production of electricity. So we are still reducing pollution compared to usual power plants. And again, if this was applied on a larger scale, on a European scale, well, we believe it would be a cleaner way to produce electricity.
So let's change gas business together. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you so much.
You're the full team, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. So no team members to
It's
join.
just two of us. Yeah.
It's Can I ask the jury members if they have any questions for our team? Yes.
Yes.
Probably, well, I think you showed it, but could you put it probably again, the numbers? So these gas pressure reduction stations, they are kind of responsible to provide energy, so many megawatt, and your additional device, which you place in, will provide an energy, let's say, contributions to some extent. What is exactly this ratio in total? Actually, how much is the total output of energy then changed for the system? You know what I mean? Just to get the ratio.
Sure.
Is it?
Yes.
I think you had it in your last slide, but I'm not very sure if I understood it correctly, because there was a big difference from 20,000 something megawatt, 34,000. But I would be interested, how much is what is the increase in the total output?
Well, I don't have numbers for you, but like it's pretty easy for us because it's either zero or something, right? Because the heat would otherwise be wasted. So you can say the ratio is infinity, right? Because you are comparing zero with some number of power.
No, I would like to calibrate it on the let's say the energy which is related with the typical gas pressure station, because the gas then at the end of the day will provide energy to households or whatever. So to this energy content. Also to convince the people who built the gas pressure stations to apply your structure. But of course it's clear. From zero to something, but related to the energy in the gas.
Yeah, it was basically the solution. So how can we run the unit throughout the year? So that's our solution, but we don't have like the ratio of how much power we are generating compared to the whole unit.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, can I give the floor to Alesh for the next question, please?
I am not sure if you had implemented the investment cost in your additional device.
Yeah, it's pretty it's a pretty complex issue. Like designing a turbine alone is like a whole industry. So it's pretty hard in this phase to come up with an investment. But we can definitely talk with GasNet to like get some numbers, but we don't have the numbers right now.
Yes, as well as you have to implement the life cycle of the gas turbine, the additional device, yes, because it has some life.
But the idea of utilizing the waste heat really exists. It is studied, so it should be possible to make it effective, cost effective and power effective.
Okay, thanks. Just take it as a note.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Can I give the floor to Keisha, please?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have a similar question, that how difficult and costly would it be to implement it? And have you already done some research on it?
Well, the thing I can say about that is just that the GasNet is interested, and we will continue to work on that. But like, I don't have a number of investment, and I'm not really sure how much the thing would cost. And of course, it depends on the size of the reduction stations. I guess the more beneficial it would be on the larger stations in every country.
Okay. Another quick question, that what's your biggest obstacle at the moment that you would need to overcome to proceed?
Yeah, like it's basically a mechanical engineering problem. So the calculations to really build it physically needs to be way more precise. Way more simulation, CFD simulation, and designing the turbine. That's a whole industry alone. So I would say, even though we try to do as many calculations as possible, like there is a huge space to make it more precise, and so that would be, I guess, the main point of interest right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, we have time for one final short question.
Probably in the same direction. Do you have some idea about the additional, let's say, infrastructure space you need? I don't know exactly how those pressure reduction stations, what they look like. Do you think it is in principle feasible to implement the turbine and the generation
in the near
infrastructure?
Like in the near future, there's a plan to go to particular pressure reduction stations with a GasNet representative and like look at exactly the spacing issue, look at the station as a whole, so we can maybe take a look at the physical aspect of that. We are looking forward to solve it. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now we move to the next presentation from Danish Technical University. The team name is called Putting Climate First, which is a great idea. We're all for that. And the topic of the presentation is renewable climate solution. You have the floor.
Go. All right. So my name is Jonathan, and this is Leander, and we're from DTU Denmark. Our team name is actually Renewable Climate Solutions, and we have been challenged by a company to find a medical equipment manufacturer to find a way to make their production more sustainable and more green. So we did some observations and we visited their production facility, and we identified 3 key problems. The first one being that they have a very high error rate in some parts of their production due to the buildup of static electricity. We have concluded that this is because of the fact that they have a low humidity throughout their facility. The second problem being that they use gas as an energy source and to heat their entire facility, which is by the industry standard very ineffective, the model that they use, and it also contributes to the low humidity levels. And thirdly, that gas is not a renewable energy source, and is not sustainable in the long term. And due to the geopolitical problems right now, the company is very interested to make a move towards a new energy source. So we gathered data from the company for a period of 12 months for their climate data. And we discovered that they have about, in certain parts of the production, 25 to 30% of their products are faulty because of the buildup of static electricity. In addition to this, we can see that the mean, the relative humidity mean is well below the level for a human comfort level, which should be about 40%, and also. And this could cause illnesses, things such as illnesses and just general irritation and discomfort. In addition to this, a minimum recommended level of relative humidity is required to prevent the buildup of static electricity. And lastly, the gas furnace that they use consumes about 120,000 cubic meters of gas each year. So we're suggesting 2 different solutions to the company. The first one being to install compact humidifiers inside their air-affected machines. We have a visual prototype for you. As you can see, this is a 10 cubic meter machine. It's sealed with glass. So installing a humidifier like that would be very discreet and would be quite simple. Oh. Secondly, we are going to propose to them that they update their complete HVAC system. Our analysis shows that they could save up to 30% annually on their energy. The reasons for our solutions are quite obvious, but we still need to state them. The increased humidity in production is gonna increase the relative humidity, which of course is going to eliminate these errors due to low humidity. And this plastic is currently just being discarded as general waste, and it's like high quality medicine grade plastics.
The HVAC upgrade is going to transition them away from gas and onto the green Danish power grid, and also dramatically cut in their energy expenses. We have a 3-phase implementation plan for the compact humidifiers, which is the first step, actually putting them in, installing them. This would cost about maybe 1,000 euro a piece. Secondly is looking at the updated error rate data. We know there's going to be a huge correlation. And then this data is going to incentivize all of the older engineers out there to implement it to all of the other facilities, and hopefully also other industries. Our 2 solutions help the company improve in these 4 UN development goals. First one being, of course, converting to greener energy consumption. It's going to improve their working environment, as well as it's going to improve the responsibility of their production, thus taking climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So rest of the team, please come forward. Are there any questions from the jury, please? Yes, Professor Müller?
I have one.
I think Alice was first. Alice was first.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Professor. Yes, I just have a question. Yes, I assume there must be existing legal hygienic codes regarding the working areas or the areas or spaces in the different industries. Yes, you are solving the lack of the humanity in these spaces. So from my point of view, it means there is no skipping the hygienic demands in the different countries. Do I understand it right?
Yes. The medical industry has very strict regulations on such things as exactly hygiene. But we could avoid this problem by using sterile equipment when it's being installed, and also supplying the humidifiers with sterile sterile water.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Professor Müller?
My question would be, what is, well, if one phrases the question like that, what would be a business plan for you to proceed? So what you presented now is, to my opinion, has a large part of consultancy for an individual company, where you identify this low humidity, and also they are very special, this relation between humidity and the flaws in the production. But how would you phrase the headline if you now would like to scale up your ideas for a potential business? Is it we are consultants for problem identification, which can be various, or is it more a general issue? What you know what I mean? Yes. How would you phrase it to come to help us to understand how the general issue is compared to the individual case study you had been presented, you presented right now?
Yeah, so you're right. Our model is more of a consultancy group, where in which we would go in and identify the key problems with the production. And in our specific case, it would be the very high error rate in their facility due to climate control issues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question from Inez.
Yeah, I have kind of 2 questions. One is, have you already talked to the company? Did you present your recommendations? And the second question is about, you made a prototype for this humidifiers. So how many are we talking about? How many of those the company will need?
Okay, I can answer both, if it's okay. Let's just do the last one first, because that's what I remember. No, wait, can you ask again?
Okay, for the first question, we have been in contact with the company, and they're very excited to hear our solutions, and they would very much like to implement it.
So my second question was about your prototype, and how many then of them the company would need to?
Yes, of the facility that we know of, 3 to begin with. Yes, but they have many facilities around the world where similar issues are present.
I don't think there was a third question, so all questions are answered. Thank you very much.
And next up, I would like to give the floor to our team from Talltech. Can I have an applause for Team Mindchip? Let the chip do the work.
So hello everyone, my name is Lisa.
I am Rolando Gilbert. We are representing Talltech and our team is Mindchip. Let's start.
So if we think about the marine area, what are our main problems? First of all, marine industry is very dangerous. There are ship collisions, we all know the Nord Stream gas leakage, so there's a huge risk for human life. Every year in Europe, around 20 people die because of marine accidents, and over 95% of them are marine crew casualties. So, what can we do to solve this problem? Our solution is an artificial captain that replaces a human with a machine, so there's no human dangers and it can be fully automatically controlled. And where this application can be used. Our target is to rent or sell these ships to wind parks for monitoring of the sea bottoms. Also, this has been already tested in the harbors in Tallinn for everyday seabed monitoring to see if the big ships can enter the harbor. And the third application can be plastic collection to collect plastic from the water surface.
So now we have the methodology. So in the past methodology or the traditional methodology, we have that the manufacturing cost is around 3 to 5 million euros, and this is operated by 4 to 8 workers, which is expensive. However, in the new methodology, the Mindship methodology, we have a manufacturing cost of approximately €500,000, and this is operated by the artificial capital that reduces energy and saves time, money, and it's 5 times cheaper. So now the question is how it saves resources. In order to answer this question, we have to ask ourselves, what do we have, how can we do it, and why do we need it? So what do we have? We have data, we have all this technical information. How can we do it in accordance with energy storage systems? And finally, why do we need it? Because we have to assure safety, reliability, and maintenance of the ship. So to provide an explanation about this, we have a business case, a specific business case, but we can have many of them. So in this case, we have stormy weather that is associated to a battery management system. As an outcome, we have two possibilities. Without the implementation of the artificial captain, there is an basically damage in the ship because it's not monitored. However, if we install this artificial capital that physically represents a smart tower in the ship, we have the maintenance and the safety for all the passengers, and this also can be monitored when the ship has to be deployed or not has to be deployed. So now the next steps are testing new technologies and renewable fuels. So the first stage is the testing. In this testing part, we want to test with sensors, marine radars, and also several business scenarios. The second is the new technology. So in the new technologies, we want to implement digital twin platforms or with the accurate measurement of virtual sensors. Finally, with the renewable fuels over a long time period, we can also implement hydrogen, and we can combine this with oceanic wave converters. So these are the next steps that we are going to implement. So that's all from my side. Thanks so much, and let the ship do the work.
Thank you very much. Can we have some questions from our jury, please? Yes.
So thank you very much for the presentation. My question is the following. I think these autonomous issues, they are, for example, applied also in the aircraft industry, the autopilot, which nevertheless requires a person then being in the system and working with that. My question is it actually in the ship industry the case that the accidents you illustrated at the beginning of your talk are really one-to-one related to the fact that possibly monitoring is ignored? Because I would assume that, like in the aircraft business, also in the ships, there is some monitoring of obstacles, etc., which could provide information to the captain and to those who steer the vessel. Excuse my silly question, but I'm not living at the coast like you do, so you have more insight there. Yeah.
Just for example, in this case, we want to focus in critical scenarios during ship operation. We have the internal factors and we have external factors. In the internal factor, we have the ship, but the ship is also related to the system, to the battery, for example, or all other devices. So the critical situation comes when we have, for example, a high level of temperature or degradation in these devices. So internally it is affected, and this also degrades the operating. And externally we have the most important element or component is the weather forecast or the weather conditions of the ship. So these are the internal and external factors that affect the operation while the ship is. So we have to be sure with an algorithm that in both sides, internally and externally, we are monitoring with the appropriate conditions.
All right, thank you very much. I think that was very clear. We have a next question.
I have a question. Yes, if I understood you well, I suppose there is one of the biggest savings is regarding the staff, the workers on the ship. Yes, so you must know, yes, what need of the staff during the entire route of the ship you will need on the ship, or if you can get another ones. So you have to monitor all the ports on the route of the ship in this case to be possible to schedule the number of workers there. Did I understood you? Because you are monitoring the conditions in the landing port.
Yes, in fact, we are monitoring the deployment. So with respect to the crew that we have in the ship, there is a crew that takes basically care of the ship when it's operating before it is deployed. And with the virtual captain, or with the implementation and the solution, we have the monitoring virtually, but related to the operation. So we have two types of monitoring with the crew, and that the crew takes care of, obviously, physically of the passenger, etc., etc. And with the virtual captain, is virtually, so it's the digital and virtual entities.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any? Yes, there.
For me, the biggest question would be, I think, the ethical one. If you have a ship and your system would fail, I would be in a storm, then everyone would die. So that's like the earlier mentioned scenario for airplanes. There must be a pilot in the plane. So what you would do is make the life of the ship crew easier, for sure. But at the end of the day, the ethical debate will very likely end up in, we would like to add your system to increase safety, but it would be additional cost. So I can imagine that even the boating industry would lobby against your existence, because you would only increase the cost for them, because they would have to keep the whole system available. Because if you're at the middle of the ocean and your system fails, well, it's hard to ask the containers to steer the ship, or the people that are currently on cruise to come to the captain's hut and suddenly learn how to boat.
Maybe you can sum up this question, like,
My question is, did you think about the ethical debate that is always had when we talk about a driver that's autonomous, and why do you think that in this specific scenario it would rule out something different than it currently does with cars or planes or trains?
I think specifically in our case, we want to use this, for example, monitoring wind parks and harbors. So this is like very specific areas to use it. So and as there's no like real human on this ship, so no one can sink in this ship. But yeah, there's a risk that if the system collapses, then it will collide with other boats. But our boat is really very small, so it can do work with like, I think if it even something happens, then the result will not be so dramatic because just of the size. If it collides with a big ship, then basically nothing happens.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can I give a big hand of applause for Team Manche?
Thank you very much. Now we move to the next team from TU Eindhoven. The name of the team is ESET, and the title of the presentation is We Believe in Sustainable Electrification. Please, you have the floor.
Just like the battery in your phone, batteries in electric cars degrade over time. In the future, electric trucks will require new batteries around every 4 years, and therefore truck owners will be stuck with their old batteries. In fact, there will be so many batteries that you can fill the Buckingham Palace every 54 days with old batteries. Currently, there is no strategy to handle these old batteries, as they are simply stored in old warehouses or sent to scrappers for little to no money. Instead, we offer a sustainable solution by collecting truck batteries and reselling them to stationary battery power services. Currently, truck companies send their batteries to scrappers, and also these energy storage companies use new batteries. We think this is unnecessary, and we think they can use our batteries. Truck batteries are designed to handle highly demanding environments, such as high vibrations, harsh weather conditions, and a lot of changing temperatures. After the use in trucks, the battery is well suited for less demanding environments, such as in battery stationary stations. Using existing battery management systems and diagnostics located in trucks, we can quickly determine the suitability of a battery to be used in a second-hand application, and even more, within one full charge cycle, we can determine the exact quality and accurately predict how well it will do in a second application. We not only provide warranty and certification to our buyers, we therefore also provide a more competitive price to everyone that's interested in our higher quality batteries. At the other side of the network, by using our service, truck owners do not have to worry anymore about their batteries and even receive a small reimbursement when delivering their batteries to us. We even offer a service for third-party parties to pick up the battery and bring them to us, so the truck owners really do not have to worry anymore about the battery. Because we give a higher fee than competitors, it's not only the most convenient, but also the most economically interesting option for them. Finally, we improve the sustainability cycle of batteries, mostly because battery overhead is decreased, because the battery service providers don't have to use new batteries, but can use old batteries. We'll be a central player between truck owners and manufacturers, battery recyclers, and battery power storage solutions, offering more competitive prices for the same quality while improving on the sustainability cycle. One of the clear use cases for trucks is for farmers, such as greenhouses, where they produce a lot of energy during the day using solar panels, but they have to use a lot of day during the night for the lights to grow their crops. Another application would be in emergency energy solutions, for example in hospitals, offering a more sustainable and more competitively priced solution, as current solutions often use old diesel generators, not very sustainable. Lastly, the load on the grid will grow immensely over the coming few years, as charging stations will see more and more trucks and more cars, and the current grid will not be able to handle this. Our batteries, competitively priced, will act as a buffer to offload the peaks from day to night, so that the grid can sustain the load. To get to our batteries in these applications, we are thinking about what to do next. We will talk to potential customers that provide stationary battery power solutions, such as as the examples mentioned before. Furthermore, together with our partner DAF, one of the leading truck manufacturers in Europe, we will be successful in obtaining our first couple of batteries and do a first pilot. For this, we need to form connections with third-party services for transport, storage, and certification. With all these 3 milestones combined, we aim to take our first steps in improving the sustainability life cycle of batteries. We are Team ESET. We believe in sustainable electrification.
Very good, very energizing talk. So are there now electrifying issues from the jury? Yes, please, Professor Müller.
Thank you for the interesting talk. My question would be, so if you think about, let's say, in 20 years from now, to have this cycle where you then install these below 80% batteries in the system, to what extent does the system, or where are the bottlenecks in the system which have to change in order really to close this loop nicely for the optimal use of the battery until they are actually then wasted away? So which elements have to change most quickly in there?
So the battery, normally these energy battery solutions use new batteries, but those batteries also degrade, of course, like every battery does. But they degrade much slower. So the batteries, once they go into this energy storing business, they take quite long to degrade. And therefore our batteries are quite good. And when we put them in there, they will also degrade. But eventually they have to be sent to the scrapper and have to be recycled, because the European Union will also require recycling in the future. And so even our batteries will also end up at the scrapper, so they will also receive some money. And then you will close the cycle either way. We're just lengthening the process so that the batteries from the trucks do not immediately end up at the scrappers, let's say.
My question is more in the following. So in your chain, there are different elements. There are the trucks, and then there are some let's say applications where you can use these batteries with a lower capacity. And in order to steer the system, in order to work with the reuse batteries everywhere in the second step, or with the used batteries with the new batteries in the truck, so in the chain, so that the chain is stable, that there are not too many trucks and too few second users, or vice versa. Where do you think do the societies have to work in order really to have a closed loop, that all the batteries are optimally in the cycle?
I think it's very difficult to reach such an optimal solution, because there will be so many trucks that if you look at the amount of batteries, like 54 days Buckingham Palace, there will be so many that it's very difficult to actually put all these batteries to good use. But even if you just get a small portion, that would be good. But of course, you would start with these battery power solution providers, because we only do the battery, and then other parties do certification, safety, power, like the power handling, power conversion stuff. So we have to go immediately to there, and they will take care of the rest. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think one of the bottlenecks is to raise the awareness of the actually application for the second-hand batteries. Right now, they are a bit hesitant on using the second-hand battery because they don't know the actual quality of the battery. So we provide insurance certification through a third party, so they have a peace of mind when using the second-hand batteries. So I think that's one of the bottlenecks that we're trying to solve.
Okay, we are exactly on time, so we have to continue. Thank you very much for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Then next up, I would like to give the floor to one of our teams from the Technical University of Munich. Can I have an applause for Team VGrid, Make Cities Self-Sufficient Again?
Hello, we are Team WeGrid, and we want to make cities self-sufficient again. As you know, we are in an energy crisis. The prices are increasing. The cost of living is increasing enormously. But what if I tell you, as a student, that you could produce electricity at your house from renewable sources and actually make an income out of it by selling it to your neighbors? Well, this is not so distant future. If I could press, future will come. Maybe not tonight. Oops, sorry. And with virtual power plant technology. Virtual power plants are basically a combination of production, storage, and transmission. We want to produce renewable energy locally, store it locally, and then transfer it to neighborhoods. Well, that sounds quite interesting. And that's the future, we know. But here we are today because we want to make it faster. We want to be a catalyzer because we have a perfect location to do it. And that's the student village in TUM. Yes, this is a student dormitory of Studentenwerk. Over 2,000 students live here, and we want to provide them a facility so that they could produce their electricity at their homes, sell to their neighborhood communities, and actually make profit out of it. And to do that, we will partnership with our mentors, Envelon, who will provide us facade photovoltaic systems and also roof photovoltaic systems. Our concept can also be conceptualized at further steps. First of all, we want to decentralize energy via photovoltaic production and energy. We want this energy to be traded because we will have excess energy because the location is suitable. And this way, with the energy trading, students will be able to make income out of it. And then we will also implement batteries, thermal storage, because we don't always have the sun shining and wind blowing. That's why we need the battery storage systems. And lastly, we want to utilize this energy with smart charging so that students can charge their bikes and charge their cars. Well, this is only one community, one student dorm, but imagine all the student dorms, all student unions and communities working together, producing energy, selling, so that they make an income out of it and also they help to reduce carbon emissions.
Well, that already sounds great. I want to get in a little bit more detail what the specific benefits of our project can be. First of all, as it was outlined at the beginning, we have a stable power grid. As you might know, if you read German news, the topic of blackout becomes a thing in Germany now. Some people are feared that it might come, and our project would make the grid more stable and blackout proof. Of course, we also have lower carbon emissions because we're using photovoltaic panels. So in our calculations for the Olympic Village, we will save around 2,700 tons of CO2 emissions every year. And we'll even save money for the students. Those are around 350 euros per year, calculated with the energy costs of 2019, so it's probably even more now. And as a student myself, I can tell you that means a lot. And the last benefit, our project also makes the power grid more flexible, because we will have energy through our batteries even when the sun is not shining, or even when it's cloudy a few days and we will not produce any energy for up to 14 days. We will still have stable energy. Okay. Let me tell you something about the people involved in our project. Of course, first of all, we have the students. I already told you they will save their money, and they will also be the drivers of change to a more green future. We have the Studentenwerk, which is the publicly owned institution that operates the student dorms. They will, of course, also save money with this project. In our estimation, those are around 300,000 euros per year. In the first stages of the project, we still need energy suppliers to work with us to back up our plans with their energy in case something's not working. And our two most important stakeholders are the PV and battery suppliers, because of course we need the infrastructure, and the German government, because some regulations need to be changed for our project to work. At least I want to have a look at our timeline. Of course, we are now pitching the concept. Hopefully we will present it in Brussels. Then we'll start collaboration with our stakeholders to define a budget, and finally develop our project and bring it to life for universities in the end being a driver for change again. we at Team WeGrid thank you very much and help with us to make cities self-sufficient again for a greener and more bright future. Thank you so much for listening. Es poppt, no?
Thank you very much. While your team members join you here on the stage, I would like to give the floor to our jury member. Can we start with your question, Dirk?
Yeah. Well, you already mentioned that you would love to go to Brussels. I think everyone would. My question would be actually, what would be the one question that you ask? Because you already talked about we need some laws changed maybe to incorporate the system. So if you could give me in 20 to 30 seconds max, the question that I could help you with if I was in the European Parliament, what would it be?
First of all, we would need to enable vertical PV panels because that's not legal right now. We will need them for our project. And the second part is we would need communities to be enabled to trade energy within themselves, which is also not possible right now. You will always have to go through the energy suppliers, and we would like to have an option to not have to do that anymore, but to trade within our communities.
All right, cool.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions from our jury?
Yeah, I have a question, yes. To have your system or grid more stable and more efficient, I think the future is to skip over the scale of your university project or university premises and try to share the energies with the parties in the neighborhood, yes, going to the zero emission district or zero emission neighborhood, yes, because of different functions and differences in the need of energies, I think it will be necessary.
Yes, is it open? Okay. Currently, our idea will start from one dorm within Student and Work, and then we will move forward among the other dorms that are already present around Munich, and then forward to Garching and Freising, like the neighboring towns. And then our project can be implemented in other Student and Work dorms across Germany as well. But why we're doing Student and Work, like why we're focusing on that, because we're already in talks with them and they are very much motivated for that. And like he mentioned, that our next step is to work with the legislature and the municipality of Munich. And then yes, later on, you are correct, we will be moving on toward the residential complexes and involving the citizens as well.
Just to add on that, so the idea is, of course, to use the maximum amount of energy within the community. But if there is a surplus energy, the idea is also to sell it later to other neighbors, but also, for example, companies which are using the energy in the day. So the people are mostly using the energy in the morning or in the evening, and in the day is for example, companies that are working needs the energy, so we can sell the energy to these companies.
Yeah, exactly. There is a different need during the day cycle for the energy. Yes, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the jury? Yes.
Well, one question. If you look in the setting of the village which you presented, to what extent is the energy storage provided by the cars if you have a fully electrified car system? Do you have an idea of that? Do you need a lot of additional batteries, or would this be already sufficient for your concept?
Yes, so if I understood, you're talking about how much of car batteries can be charged through the excess energy that we already have.
And if you need a large amount of additional batteries, or if in the current setting, if you look at the motorization in the district, would the cars, which there are always filled parking places, would they be even sufficient probably for the storage?
Yes, both yes for both the questions. So what we calculated was, especially for this student village, For a 90 kilowatt hour battery for electric car, we can charge around 80 cars for like fully charged. So that's like a very good estimate. And as we know that the world is moving toward electric cars in the future, so this is also a very viable solution.
Short comment.
Yeah, a comment. So only cars is not possible to use because cars are not always there. But we need also like stable storages there. But the cars are a good possibility to charge them or discharge them when the energy is needed. But it's not possible only to use cars for storage.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we move already to the last presentation in this block of energy. Last but not least, École Polytechnique, the team with the name AIR, Actuation in Real Time, and that's also the title of their presentation, Actuation in Real Time. You have the floor.
Good morning, I'm Federico Baldanzi.
I'm Clara Feipel.
And this is Project AIR, where we do actuation in real time. We think a lot about every day we consume 2 kilos of food and 3 kilos of fluids, and we consume 13 kilos of air. But we never really consider how much air we breathe, and we're always thinking about what we eat and what we drink. So in collaboration with Cisco, which is a software solutions company, and the Olympics being held in Paris in 2024, we've identified 3 major issues. The first issues, which we all know about right now, high energy prices. They're through the roof, and we need to address this issue. Secondly, Cisco told us that the facilities in use are going to be on 24/7. So there's a key opportunity here to reduce consumption. And thirdly, as mentioned, the indoor air quality. The indoor air quality here, the air feels quite heavy, no? A little bit heavy. So we want to make sure that we manage to direct and dictate a ventilation system according to the air quality index that we make. And this is what Project AIR is all about. We monitor good air quality, and by doing so, we optimize ventilation systems. So this is the beauty of our project, the infrastructure. You've got air quality sensor, which can be put in any indoor space within the Olympic Village, and it can be scalable to wherever, a restaurant, gymnasium, arena, an office, and you simply put an air quality sensor which is connected wirelessly, and it collects the measurement of 4 different parameters. That information is collected in real time. It's sent to our cloud platform that is offered to us by our company Cisco, and a computation of the index is done there. According to what the index outputs, then we can send a signal through our microcontroller. Also, the way we describe it is our gateway. It sounds nicer. And that gateway sends a signal to the ventilation system to whether to switch on or switch off according to what the index outputs. And this is novelty. This is the beauty of our system.
So which air quality indexes, parameters did we choose? So we did an in-depth research of existing parameters, and often these only included CO2. And while carbon dioxide is a good indicator of how many people in a room, we think it's not enough to ensure good air quality. Therefore, we also included carbon monoxide, a lethal gas, relative humidity, and formaldehyde, a lesser known but toxic chemical compound in our custom air quality index. Okay, so how does the algorithm work? It's very simple. So you look at each parameter, and if any of them exceed their respective thresholds, then immediately the air quality is classified as poor and the ventilation system is actuated. However, if this is not the case, we consider an average of all the parameters. And if this is below 85%, then the air quality is good and no ventilation is needed. Therefore, it will switch off if it's not off already. However, if it's above 85%, the air quality is moderate, which means that the ventilation system will turn on after 10 minutes.
Okay, this is my favorite slide. You've got the ventilation system, as you can see from the purple horizontal line, that's on all the time. This is the situation we're faced with now. And this is a typical schedule of the Olympics that was held in Rio, Brazil. And here you can see the first 2 days, it was a gymnastics event and there was a qualification. So you can see through the 3 different peaks of the poor and moderate, the 3 events being held that day. And then in the final 1 and 2, you can see that there was only 1 event being held in the evening. Here you can really see how our index outputs the result and gives a good indicator of what's going on within the room. And this is the beauty of our system. You've got our modified ventilation activity now, and you can see really how the ventilation is maximizing the energy saving when there's good air quality within the room, and how the air ventilation is only on when we've got poor air quality. And we ran these simulations through Simulink, and we collected a very reassuring result of 70% energy saving.
So finally, our solution addresses multiple SDG goals. And only in the case of our gymnastics gym, we're able to avoid over 600 kilograms of CO2, of greenhouse gas emissions, equivalent of 2 flights from Paris to Munich, as well as over 600 euros in cost in just 1 month. All of this is most importantly done while safeguarding the health of our attendees.
This is Project Air, and we do actuation in real time.
Very good, très bien. So, Kaisa, please, you have a question.
Thank you for a clear presentation, and great that you brought the ESG aspect out. I would like to ask how are you different from your competitors, or what is your competitive advantage?
So, thank you for the question. So, right now there is no system that dictates the on and off of ventilation systems via an air quality index. So the 2 things are very much separate. There's people that provide air quality sensors, and there's people that provide ventilation systems. But the 2 systems are not connected. And often the way that the ventilation activity is programmed is due to a timetable. So they will have, if there's, for example, an indoor office where we've got people working from 9 to 6, we know there's going to be people there from 9 to 6, and so that's when the air handling units might be turned on.
Thank you. Ines, please, you have a question?
Yes, so what do you need to make this project a reality?
Okay, like any project, money probably. So our idea is to keep it obviously closed, and we provide the whole solution. So obviously we've got the air quality index that we make, and therefore we need sensors. And the idea obviously is to have them wireless so that we avoid the cost of cables, and this approach makes the solution as flexible as possible. And then the cloud platform, which is what allows everything to be dynamic and quicker, is provided to us already by our mentors, Cisco. And then the microcontroller that we would like to create. So the main issue with air handling units and ventilation systems is that each ventilation system, according to the manufacturer, has a different way to communicate. So they're either using Modbus communication, EDS communication, and so on. So we would like to create a microcontroller that can communicate with all of these ventilation systems.
Okay, 2 more questions. I don't know who was first.
I don't. So I don't know. No. Okay, I can start, yes. I think the best ventilation is no ventilation. So I think it will be good to put into your account that there is a chance in the case of good weather outside to switch off the mechanical ventilation and give an instruction to the people inside in the offices as to open their windows.
So okay, so that is in the case if the weather is good.
Yeah.
That's not always the case. For example, right now we're in Germany. I wouldn't really want to open the windows because it's really cold outside. But of course, that is always the option. And if the windows are opened, then the air quality indicator will output a result of good, and therefore the system will be switched off anyways.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's a possibility. There is a must. Yes, it is. How it is currently working in the office areas, as giving the. For instance, there is a signals, red and green one, yes, to instruct the people. There is a chance to open the windows and stop the mechanical ventilation. Yes. It is saving as well, money, CO2, etc. But take it as a note, yes. I think as well instructing or pushing the people not to use a mechanical ventilation when it's not necessary.
Yeah, of
But
course. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Müller, you had a question?
Well, one question, just your interpretation. Why is it like that? Because your approach is very nice, monitoring quality and steering kind of the technical equipment of a building, which we do for the shading of the sun, etc. So there are such systems. What is your interpretation why no manufacturer of ventilation systems came to this point, which you are now describing, to combine the 4 parameters of the air quality to steer ventilation systems yet? Because there are steering tools in buildings already established, and you identified now a point which you said this is a really unique point. Why is that like that?
I would have to relay that question to the manufacturers. I'm not sure why, but we did do a market research to see, obviously, if our idea already existed, and we did not find anything that was as I mentioned before, that used the air quality index to dictate the ventilation system. But I'm not sure why it's not been done before. I don't know. We thought it was a good idea.
Do you think it's a new combination of parameters you found, or probably the industry is so fragmented that they didn't come to this idea, or no awareness of the users? So there are possibly different reasons for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that generally speaking, ventilation manufacturers, they're occupied with the task of ensuring that there's that when there is supposedly people within the room, that the exchange rate within the room is sufficient. So I think that that's when they stop looking into it. Yeah.
Also, to add to that, many old ventilation systems nowadays don't come with that steering software. So instead of spending all the capital of replacing an entire ventilation system, our system would be much more cost effective.
For retrofitting ventilation systems now. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with this presentation, we close the session of energy. It was a perfect presentation because now we can go outside and get some fresh air. Dear audience who are following the stream on YouTube, now we have 15-minute break. So we come back at 11:45 with the last block of today's EuroTeQathon. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Please settle down so we can get started again. So after we had a bit of a break and enjoyed some fresh air, even though it's quite cold outside, I would like to go to the third domain, which is the domain of consumption. And we have 5 more presentations coming up. So first up, I would like to give the floor to another team from École Polytechnique. Can I give a hand for R3, Reduce, Recycle, Reuse?
Very good morning, everyone. We are team R3.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Olympics competition helps to foster international unity, promotes global prosperity, and help to celebrate humanity. However, this comes at a great cost to the environment. From studies, there's an estimated 3 million attendees for international competitions and an estimated 60,000 viewers per game. This generates an estimated 17,000 tons of waste, and plastic accounts for 80%, giving 32 million carbon emissions. The problem: conventional single-use soft drink containers such as plastic bottle, glass bottle, and aluminum cans are not sustainable. The least, using the LCA life cycle analysis approach, the glass bottle, which gives the least carbon emission of 120 kilogram per carbon equivalence, is fragile and can easily get broken, which causes harm to people. The aluminium, which is the second, gives 228 kilogram carbon equivalents and has no second life use. And then the third, the PET bottles with the highest carbon emission of 440 carbon equivalents, contributes to an 8 million metric tons of ocean pollution per year. According to Eric Debonnet, the Coca-Cola vice president for Olympics, the coming Olympics in France 2024, for the coming Olympics in France 2024, cans will be banned, glass bottles returned, cups reused, and recycled plastic bottles used. What is new? Customers will be able to use drinking fountains, and our project leverage on this new innovation. Our solution is to create an innovative, reusable, and multi-purpose soft drink container, and then our project is called R3 Container. Now, we have reuse, reduce, and recycle, and our innovation is based not only on the design, but on the material. For the reuse, our bottle has 2 compartments where the bottle will serve dual purpose, helping us to eliminate 1,000 PET waste using 500 circle, storing water and soda. What's more, it's easy to recycle because it's a uniform material, it's a single material, and then we are adopting the circular economy approach. We are producing this bottle using sustainable material called PP. We distribute to the stadium. They give it to the end users for use. When it gets to the end life, we recycle. Now, this gives 78 kg carbon equivalents, which is about 80% efficiency compared to the conventional product. The prototype.
So this is the product is, so it has a certain features to it. So I would like to start with the duality. That simply means that we can use this bottle for 2 kinds of liquid at same times, and it is easily recyclable as it is made up of one kind of material, which is PP, and due to its sleek and unique design, it is very easy to carry. And the main value which we are proposing to the customers is that it is more of a souvenir than a water bottle. So, and with this, we are directly targeting the SDG goal 12, sustainable consumption and production. For our business model is based on B2B, and our estimated cost selling price of this product is €8, and our direct customers are stadiums and event managers. So we'll sell this product to them, and they can further sell this to the customers or people at 10 euros, where they can refill this bottle either with soda, either with water, or they may get both of it for 4 euros. And if we compare this with the conventional bottles and the cola bottles, which together cost around 6 euros, in long run, if we use this bottle for 500 cycles, which is its end life, we will have a direct impact on the environment, because now you are using 1 bottle instead of 1,000 bottles. And economically, we will save more than 3,000 euros on this. So conclusively, Why use two when you can use one? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have some questions from our audience, from our jury, sorry. Dirk, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was actually wondering, when you start thinking about production, obviously you would need a supplier. How far did you do the LCA on that field? So how energy intensive is the production of said unit? And have you talked, for instance, to potential customers on, well, we all know that people still throw away even the green stuff, the good stuff. So do you know how many cycles people would actually use it during, for instance, such an event? Because I can imagine that it's super cool during the Olympics, but once you go home and maybe did not do 500 cycles, maybe only 50, it's actually more, it's actually less sustainable.
Okay, thank you. First, we got our LCA through reviews, that's research reviews. So that's how we got the conventional LCA values for. That's how we got the LCA values for the conventional products. And then we also did a research review for our proposed material. So that's how we got the value that we proposed. Now, in addition to what I've said and answering your questions, the International Sporting Event gets 3 million attendees with 60,000 live viewers. So that means there'll be like different sessions for different people. So some people might not use like the bottle, like they might not use the bottle like all through the Olympic season. So if maybe one person gets to attend the Olympics maybe like 5 times throughout the Olympic season, they get to like conserve some of the circle and then take it back home as a souvenir to use. Or some people might buy it as a source of souvenir to give their friends, families, loved ones.
All right, thank you.
All right, I see 2 hands. Can we start with you, Aleš?
Yeah, I can imagine how hot weather is these days in Qatar, where it's going to the World Soccer Championship. Do you have an idea if they're using there any similar system or product?
I can answer. So, our product is the main value which we are proposing is a souvenir. So if you see the normal souvenirs you get in stadiums or in an event, they cost a lot more than our product. So our product has a value of usability as well as souvenirs, and in the end you are somehow reducing plastic waste going directly into the environment. So in every perspective, we somehow having a direct impact, and we're selling this product. Yes.
In addition to what he has said, our product is a disruptive innovation based on design and material. So I'm not totally sure, but I strongly believe that this dual compartment material is not in. I'm not totally sure, but I strongly believe that it's not in use in Qatar currently.
Okay, I think so. Thank you.
All right, we have another question from our jury.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the presentation. I have the question about the suppliers of the drinks. So this system works very well if you fill it with water and don't have to clean it expensively afterwards. And what about the soft drink producers, Coca-Cola, Fanta? What do you think? What will be their reaction if you bring people basically to drink sparkling or not sparkling water on the events?
Okay. Actually, we intend to sell the product to the end users. So it's their personal property. So they will maintain it, try to make it as clean as possible for their own use. So because we intend to have a system where there will be no plastic waste in the stadium during events. So if people want to key into sustainability, they should be willing to also walk the talk. So that's like the approach that we are taking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have time for one final question. Keisha?
Yeah, hi. One question from my side. Have you thought about the take-back system? Because we in Estonia, we have one company who is providing a similar service, but they have a take-back system so that you can collect those back and then wash and provide them once again.
Okay. Currently, we don't have like a strategic means of collecting this plastic bottle, because people will be traveling to different parts of the world with our souvenirs, with our proposed souvenirs. So having a collection system to have it back as at now, although it was a question that was posed to us yesterday, and then we are still thinking about it because our product is in the design phase, is at the Innovation Grahil Center in École Polytechnique, Palais de France. So it's a holistic, it's an ongoing innovation that we intend to push to the market and promote innovation.
I would like to add some more, and because it's not just a normal bottle, we are proposing it as a souvenir. So it has a more value of as a souvenir than a water bottle. So that's how we are approaching the market to sell it to the customers.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have excellent timing and change of topic because now we go from drinks to snacks. The next team is from DTU. The name of the team is Art, and the title of their break is Everyone Deserves a Snack. So please, you have the floor.
You can hand this out. Great. Have you ever been wanting a crispy, delicious snack, and then the first thing you thought of was chips? But you didn't end up eating them because either you were on a diet, maybe it just wasn't the right time of the day, or maybe it didn't have the nutritional value you knew were good for you. Well, I have lots of times, and I know I'm not alone. Our survey showed that 95% of people think there is a need for new healthy snack alternatives. 61% of those people think the alternative should be chips. My name is Rula, and today I would like to introduce you to a new Nordic snacking brand, Erd. Erd is changing the snacking industry. We believe that everyone deserves a snack, and with that vision, we have created a new, healthy, innovative, and sustainable alternative to chips. Our chips is made from tempeh, which is a fermented food from legumes. The reason why we're using fermentation is due to the chemical reaction which enhances flavors and makes it easier to digest. Tempeh is actually not a new food product. It is commonly used in Indonesia as a meat substitute. However, making it into a snack product is something that the Nordic market have never witnessed before. And then you might ask yourself, what makes this sustainable? We cover both health sustainability and environmental. Our chips are low in fat, salt, and calories, while also being high in fibers and proteins. Our product also contains a lot of essential amino acids and are rich in probiotic. Just to put some numbers on it, our chips have up to 3 times more protein than other chips on the market. Our main ingredients is yellow split peas, as it has a low water footprint, also compared to other legumes on the market. For instance, soybeans, which is what you use in the traditional tempeh recipe, uses 3 times as much water than yellow split peas does. But also just using legumes is a sustainable choice because they are seen as natural fertilizers, so they bring back nitrogen into the soil. Our production methods are sustainable as well, as we have chosen to not oil fry our product, not only because it's healthier, but it's more sustainable. It is commonly known that oil frying emits a lot of greenhouse gases, and as we do not oil fry, we do not contribute to this. And last thing to mention is that we are a zero organic waste company. All our waste product is something that we are reusing for a new common product. Then you might ask yourself, who is our customers? One customer could be Spunkai, as you can see, who is a 27-year-old girl who is studying at KU, Copenhagen University. She told us that she often craves snacks while she's studying, but she often don't do so because she actually feels guilty due to the high content of both calories and fat. But Spunkai is of course not our only customer. Due to the nutritional value, but also the sustainability aspect, we see 3 customers. It could be the health freak, the training enthusiast, and the environmental warrior. With this being said, we do not see ourselves as either a diet brand, nor do we want to be a gym brand, because Erd is all about body positivity, and we believe that everyone deserves a snack. Where can you find us? Right now, we're working very intensively in the lab on our prototype, but in the future, you will see us in health stores and local food shops while we work on social media marketing. And lastly, we would like to be in the supermarkets next to your other chips brands. And this is just an example of how we will look in your local health store. Thank you very much. We are out, and we believe that everybody deserves a snack.
Thank you very much. I'm quite sure you gave us an appetite for questions.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is, what is the price in relation to the other snacks that we are used to eat? And then also in relation to the supply chain, the raw materials, how does this is sold into the process?
Do you want to do price?
Yeah. Okay, so our plan is to sell it. Can you hear me? Okay.
Ice
Sorry.
cream.
Ice cream? Okay. So our plan is to sell it for around €3, which is probably slightly higher than other chips, depending on the market you are selling it. And then market, I think it's kind of average, slightly higher average. The price for the cost of production is right now it's kind of the same price because we're using just ingredients bought at the supermarket, which is normally higher than B2C. So what we, I mean, obviously, the moment we start to scale and start producing higher quantities, we're gonna start buying from directly from producers, so the supermarkets. So the price is gonna go down, and we think it's gonna be around 150 €2. So that's it. Yeah.
What was the question with the raw material? Oh yeah. So right now we are working on like small scales because we are prototyping in the lab, and in the like start of our company we would most likely we use just commercial kitchens. But then when we get to the bigger scales, then we will probably have like machinery that make everything more like automatically and more productive and effective.
Also, if I can add something regarding the pricing, we have tested it with consumers where we told them also the price and how much chips they will get in a bag, and a lot of them were willing to pay that price for that amount of money. So even though that we're slightly higher, we add a lot of value to our chips, and people are willing to invest that more for this product.
Thank you. Professor Müller has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you gave us a nice, enthusiastic presentation of the new product, but I think it would be very interesting also, are there any disadvantages, any foot traps, where you say, well, to be frank, there is an issue there or there where we would like to continue to work, or which is not yet solved. So seeing the other side, since we are in a university, we always want to see the two sides of the medal, and I would be interested in that.
Can I take that? Yes, of course. So one of the, like, that's a really good point, actually. And we actually got that comment from one of the DTU students yesterday as well, when they asked that, oh, do you we kind of think that you are 50 years early on this. Because he believed that having a vegan product that is not what we are used to eat can be a challenge, and I totally accept that. So one of our biggest challenges at the moment is getting the texture that a chips requires. But right after we came here, actually, I had a breakthrough in the lab where. Where I actually made a prototype that was getting closer to the texture that we would
love to have for our product that is actually a bit comparable to the normal potato chips that we know. But definitely texture and the taste of it as well will be a challenge, and we will work on we will work on like to get a better texture and better taste as we go.
And that is why the one that we have, we can just show it because it
Yeah.
doesn't taste that good,
Yeah.
but the crunchiness is there.
Yes.
You can
So we have some prototyping chips with us. I'm so sorry that you're not here to like feel the product. We would not. Like, we don't want you to taste it, but you are. No. There is, trust me, there is hygienic reasons behind this. But we would really like you to feel the product and to smell it, just to give you a heads up. And then we also have a tempeh that is made a tempeh, and I would like to disclaim this one. This is actually bought from a Chinese supermarket, but you're more than welcome to look at it and see how it ends. Like the tempeh itself, and then you can feel the cheese and it smells. I'm just gonna put it on the table, and you guys can come over and taste it and feel it. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we have to stop
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really curious about the chips. So next up, I would like to give the floor to one of our teams from the Eindhoven University of Technology, Team Sortonics, with their slogan, "Point it out."
Okay, got it. Did you guys all know that in the next 3 years, European countries on average need to up their recycling rates by 1.6 times? As a result of this, recycling companies are forced by the legislation to increase their recycling. The current recycling process looks something like this. So garbage is collected, then it ends at a sorting facility, as highlighted by the red outline, and then the plastic that they recycle either ends up at a manufacturer, where they can then use it to recycle it into new products, or it gets burned and then it's wasted and turned into CO2 and other gases. And the current problem that sorting companies face is that they require detailed information about the materials inside their waste stream flows, inside their processes. So you see the two blue machines. They don't know exactly what happens in there. So they need detailed information in order to optimize their sorting process, so that they can increase the stream that goes to the manufacturers and decreases the stream that ends up at the incinerations. Current solutions exist, and companies are willing to pay up to 60,000 euros for solutions. However, these solutions have different multiple issues, such as that they require multiple products for a sorting line, at least 2, but they can be expanded to more depending on their needs. And there are usually more sorting lines present at a facility, thus increasing the amount of products needed even more. So overall, the investment is high, and the issues that they currently still have is that there are a lot of different materials present in the waste stream, and currently sorting companies are required to provide and validate objects and material type, so that the solution provider can generate a database so that they can then use their system. This obviously leads to a lot of inflexibility, and when there's suddenly a new type of material present on the line or in a different shape. Furthermore, as you can see on the most right picture, there's a lot of plastic that's not laid out flat on the conveyor belt. It's stacked up on top of each other. The current solutions on the market, they can measure the first layer, but they cannot measure all the layers underneath, resulting into that it's sorted in a different way. And furthermore, the last problem they are currently facing is that, as you can see in the picture, but here, this is the smallest or the smallest object they can measure. So everything smaller than a plastic bottle cap, they cannot measure. So Sortonics presents a new measurement system approach by utilizing photonic technologies. Various photonic technologies make use of different spectra frequencies in order to detect material properties. And these can be then put together on a single chip, which has benefits such as that it's faster, it is a lower price, they can be utilized in existing manufacturing processes so that they can be created in large volumes. By monitoring material properties, we eliminate the need for a database. So we don't need them to provide us with samples or shapes, which increases the flexibility of our system and also the tunability. Furthermore, we can detect materials quicker, and thus we can increase the resolution for which we can detect materials smaller than these plastic bottle caps. Currently, we are in talks with Renewi, one of the biggest recycling companies in Europe, to see how this solution can be implemented into their processes. We are currently transferring their customer needs into technical requirements so that together with our experts at the Center of Integrated Photonics in Eindhoven, we can create a proof of concept so that we can use it in a pilot test. Furthermore, we are currently in contact with a manufacturer called Smart Photonics in order to see what the cost and the logistics are of mass producing such a solution. The team exists out of enthusiastic people with a blend of knowledge in both market and technology, and we advise you to join our team to make this solution into reality.
Thank you very much. So while your team members are joining you, I see Dirk would really like to ask a question.
Yeah, now this lies very close to the heart. Sorting systems, it's basically what Core does, also together with Renewi. So I am very intrigued by the topic itself. My biggest question would be, what do you see as the biggest challenge for implementing this right now? Because obviously no technology works under every circumstance. So what's the breaking point for your current concept?
You mean the hardest part? So we currently have technologies that can detect true objects, technologies such as X-rays. There are also other technologies that they currently use, for example, to measure the density, or not the density, but how well, for example, the material in your smartphone blocks or lets through radio waves. And different materials have different properties. I think that is the hardest part to implement with our solution, which is mainly focused on a different wavelength, so more in the infrared spectrum, and radio waves are a factor of 10 or 100 times bigger, so that will be the hardest part.
Cool. All right, thank you. Any other questions from our jury? I think this is the first time we got our jury quiet today. I see Gerard Miller has a question.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. My question would be, so you are focusing on the recognition of PVC. Are there other materials or compositions? Because if I look at this cantilever belt, on this belt which you showed, there is you also have the problem of quite a mixture of materials. Is there more distinctions which can be done? It's certainly a very ignorant question, but I have no idea about that.
Yeah, this tunes into our aspect of tunability. So our solution will use a laser that is tunable. So one laser with a certain wavelength, we can change the wavelength to detect different materials. So for example, at 10 nanometers wavelength, we can detect PVC, but if we increase it to 20 nanometers, we can detect PE, for example. There is a certain range which we are currently looking into. How many types of plastic can we recognize? Is the range only up to 7, or maybe you can recognize 40 materials? That's something we're currently still developing.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, then big applause.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Now we move to the next presentation from Munich. The team's name is Rebat, and it's about to give batteries a second chance. So please, you have the floor.
Hello everyone, we are Team Rebat and we are here to give batteries a second chance. The challenge was given to us by Stable Energy. How many of you remember this car? This is one of the first commercially produced electric car in Germany in 2013. With an increase in demand for electric cars as an alternative technology, there's going to be an increase in demand for electric batteries. But after 10 years, we will have tons of batteries reaching their end of life cycle. Study shows that 2 million tons of batteries will be reaching their end of life by 2030, out of which 60% of which can be reused. So are we using our batteries sustainably? With our project, we would like to double the lifetime of a powerful electric battery. We would like to use these batteries in second life applications like for grid storage or charging infrastructure, where there is a huge demand due to the net zero goals to be achieved and also to reduce the dependencies on other countries. By this, we are trying to reduce the consumption and production of new batteries and replacing them with second life application batteries.
Let's have a look at the second life battery market. If you have a look at the perfect market, supply and demand are matching. Sadly, the second life battery market is far away from being perfect. We have far more need for demand than we have supply. That means that we have more companies that are willing to pay money for second life batteries, but they do not find any offers on the market. And the interesting part about all this is we would have enough batteries that reach the end of the first life right now. So the question now is, why is the market not running? Why are supply and demand are not matching? To tackle this question, it is crucial to understand the key market players. On the demand side, we have the car manufacturers and the private owners. They are the ones who right now own the batteries that reach the end of the first life. The problem with the car manufacturers is that they do not want to give away the batteries. The reasons we can dive into later. The problem for the private owners is that they do not have a platform where they could sell their used batteries. So if you have bought a car like 10 years ago, electric car, and your battery is running out or it's not functioning anymore, probable, you have no platform where you can sell it. And on the demand side for private owners or private persons, it's the same. There's no platform where you can buy used batteries. And on the commercial side, like companies like Stable, they just do not get any supply as the demand side is not giving it. So this is where we come into place. We as Rebat, we want to build the bridge. We want to connect supply and demand. We want to be the trusted partner for all key market players along the road. So we do not see us as competitors to the key market players, but as partners. And we want to provide some services. As already mentioned, our main solution is to provide a platform where you can sell and buy used car batteries. And we want to enrich this solution by offering services. We want to take care of the logistics of the battery, so end to end. We will provide a battery quality check to ensure that the batteries are in a good state of health, so that we can provide a guarantee to our end customers, and we will create a network of mechanics that take care of the installation. So coming to our values, as you mentioned, we provide lots of values, but I would just want to highlight two. The first is we will be a partner for the car manufacturers. So we make their life easier. They do not have to invest in sales infrastructure and take care of all the steps that are necessary that the batteries go into their second life. And the second one is on the private level, there is just no platform right now where you can buy and sell your battery, your used battery. So we are the first one on the market, and it's enriched by the services.
So now the question comes, why isn't the second life market booming yet? For a fact, in 3 to 4 years' time, the first electric vehicle batteries will be reaching their end of life. But due to disparities in policies towards second life usage and recycling, companies are hesitant to give away their batteries towards second life applications. We would like to take this opportunity to push forward policies so that second life applications should also have similar status as recycling. we would see a potential market being in southern of Germany by Stable and BMW, and then further growing further. Today, we already know the basics of sustainability: reuse, reduce, and recycle. But today, we as Rebat would like to add a new thing, that is repurpose, to use electric mobility batteries into energy storage applications. I would like to end my presentation by saying, uncommon thinkers reuse what common thinkers refuse, by J.R.D. Tata, an industrialist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, we have the whole team. I understood from the previous presentation that all the batteries are in Buckingham Palace. So just go there.
Go there, yeah.
Thank you.
We will take the feedback.
Yes.
Professor Müller, please, you have a question.
I would like to ask a more political issue. We currently have a big support for the electric mobility here in Germany. As a matter of fact, what you state now is that you need a market for the second use of batteries. Do you think politics should really put the holistic issue on the table? And what about, how would you support actually that there arises, that there comes a sufficient market for the second use? Because as we also had in the previous presentation, the second use is a little the problem, because we don't have the structure of usage for the second use. Could you say some words about that? What's your, well, how do you assess these issues? What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so we as Rebat actually do want to promote more policies, so we do wish for more political engagement. For example, a start would be a mention of second life purposes within policy, so within the recycling system. And we do think that politicians should incorporate, besides promoting EV batteries, to promote this sustainable cycle. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add on this, we actually already have a EU regulation coming up in 2022, which is promoting concepts like battery passport. And just based on that, we are actually giving more solutions. So our model is also having a very important component, which is called quality check. So we are also trying to build up different algorithms so that the market will have more surety that how actually the second life batteries will perform. And that is also a very important part. So the more the market response will be, the much easier it's for the car industry to support that, and also for politicians. So we are trying to build up from 3 dimensions, but of course politicians and also the industry are equally important. So yeah, maybe that's the answer.
Are there any other questions from the jury? Yes, please. Can I give the microphone? Thank you.
Thanks for a very nice presentation. And I'm actually wondering whether we do have technology and competences available today to make sure that we do have the second life of batteries.
Yeah, to tell that, currently there are applications which are being done by actually car manufacturers themselves, but seeing the demand, car manufacturers cannot take up that amount of load which is going to come up in the future, about 5 to 10 years. And we think that there's a very high potential market, and it is much useful to make the battery a sustainable one, to use it for up to 60%, which is the actual lifetime of a battery. But due to technical regulations, we are not using it. So we think that there is already a market which is there, and also the technical aspects. There are already algorithms, machine learning algorithms, which are trying to understand how a battery will function further in the future. Is it going to die off in 3 years' time, or is it going to be extended till a lifetime of 10 years? How is the function going to be? And that's where our quality check-in comes in, and we will help also our customers with that.
Okay, very quick question or remark from Alex Marek.
You show powerful battery life cycle. Do you have an idea what is the split of the overall production of the different kinds of batteries, and what will be the future development? Because I don't know how many batteries are necessary for a car, movement, yes, and what is necessary for another industries, etc.
Quick answer, please.
Yes. So currently the batteries that are being used mostly are lithium-ion batteries. In particular to chemistry, it is lithium ferrophosphate batteries. But in the coming future, about after 10 years, the batteries future is supposed to be changing to solid state batteries and also sodium ion batteries. But we think that these batteries also will have such remarks because of the EU regulations being in place and also ISO standards which state that only 80% of it can be used for the electric mobility. And we think that these batteries could help actually with our market.
No more time. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, with that, we have come to our last presentation of today. On behalf of CTU, I would like to invite Team Optimum Recycle with their slogan, "Don't trash our future."
Okay. So we can start. So can you imagine a world without a need of creating plastic products, a world without plastic waste? So, hi, my name's Alice, this is Philip, and we would like to show you our solution from this problem. And we created a filtering tool to help businesses to reduce their carbon footprint, but also saving money on their materials by using recycled plastic in their products and packaging. During our work, we were motivated by the slogan, "Don't trash our future." But first, we had to do some research. And we found out pretty disturbing information, such as the world produces about 3 million tons of plastic each year, but only 10% is recycled. Well, this is a really huge problem. But honestly, just recycling is not the solution. We believe that we have to reduce the amount of plastic being created in the first place. So, imagine a bottle made of plastic virgin materials. This bottle is usually recycled just for one time, and then it will become a trash. But thanks to the method of Blue Way from the company Archway, we can actually reuse any plastic materials for many times, actually for infinite amount of times. So we call this infinite plastic loop. And this bottle can be actually reused forever, and there will be no plastic waste created at all. So now, I'm excited to introduce you our web application Optimum Recycle, and Philip would like to show you how it actually works.
Yeah, thank you, Alice. So we prepared a video of a walkthrough through our application. So I will guide you through it to know what it means. So you can play the video. So this is our app. This is a homepage. We have some basic information about us, about what is our goals, and a quick tutorial how to fill our forms. We have the latest news from plastic world, and also donate button for you guys to give us your money. And then we have, of course, the contact section. But now let's get to the beginning, and let's get started. So we defined some criteria that we split into 5 categories, such as money, global, plastic, chemic, and recyclation. Now we will show you some results based on the filters applied. So we can go for a sell price of $2, and we can say that we want only the products from China. You can see that the results always going, the number of results going to decreased. And we can search PVC. Now we have a list of the products based on the filters we just applied. You can see the detail of one of the product with a link to where we get the data from and about the applied filters. So imagine now that the companies that produce the plastic products and are interested in decreasing the plastic waste use this application and find their first infinite loop plastic products.
So Philip, are you saying that we are ready to create infinite loop?
That's a very good question, Alice. Actually, we are not. The problem is that our app works just partially, but to truly unlock the full potential of our app, we would need a tremendous amount of data to get the filters work. So that's why we want to urge to the European Union to collect those data, collect as much data as they can about the plastic world, so the companies can use our tool to find those first infinite loop plastic products that will lead to the future without the need of creating the plastic product ever again. The future without any plastic waste. Yeah. That's all for us. Here you got a QR code if you want to search through our app by yourself. And let's save our planet together.
All right, thank you very much. Well, your team members join us. I see Dirk wants to ask a question.
Yeah, in the very down scenario in which everyone that comes to your website doesn't donate, which could, of course, be the case. Say, for instance, during an energy crisis, a war, and a couple of other scenarios in which people don't have a lot of money to spend. What is a secondary business case? Have you thought about who should take the responsibility on keeping a platform like this alive? Would it be national? Would it be European? Would it be companies? Did you have any thought of this, or did you very quickly go for the donation button?
Yeah, we think that the tool should be used by any company and be just public. Like, yeah, we don't want any regulations.
We don't really need that much money to keep our website alive, because it's already deployed and we made it in 2 weekends. I'm not saying it's simple, it wasn't easy at all, but we don't need that much money to continue our application. So
yeah, we only need money for the commissioners in Europe to to apply for our idea.
Cool, thank you.
All right, I saw Gerrit Müller had a question as well.
Just to be sure that I understood it. So the target group of your app are companies.
Yes.
Companies that have some products in their portfolio, and they would like to know where they can use recycled plastic and packaging for the same function of their products. Is that right? Did I understand this correctly?
Yes, you understand correctly.
Yeah. Okay. and then the second question is, so on the app, what you showed us, then there were specific devices where you said, here is this or that in there. So this is just is this the start of a big database where you put in more and more products, or how can I understand that?
Yeah, there's the filtering tool that use the data we just got from some websites we scraped the data from. But as you said, we would need a larger database, and then it will work as we said.
And can't you make it in a more generic way? Because there was a specific product, some headset of some company. Would it be possible to make it a little more abstract or generically, or doesn't this make sense? Just a question. Because you have very specific products, as far as I see.
Yeah, there are specific products that are being sold now, so you can buy them now. These are from the websites, big markets for companies. So we are scraping those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, final question from Aleš Marek. Yeah, I can't.
No, his microphone.
Yeah, Aleš, you're muted.
Yeah, okay, sorry for that. Thank you very much for your optimistic presentation. But do you see any possible deal breaker of the future implementation of your project?
I'm sorry, we did. Can you repeat the question, please?
No. Do you see any problems regarding the future of your project? Any deal breaker do you see?
To be honest, we don't think so. We have any problems. The only problem is that we need data. We actually have a fully working app, and all we need is the data. That's why the thing with the European Union. So if we got the data, everything is just fine.
Okay, wanted to hear that. Thanks a lot.
All right, with that, I would like to close this session. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So that was our last theme for today. So we will now have time for a break, for the well-deserved break for the teams, and also a jury deliberation for our jury, of course. And we will meet back here at 1:45, and we will resume online at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much, and we'll see you after the break.
Excellent. It's really great that we start with an applause, because really everybody deserved it. It is, of course, a bit of a cliche to say everybody is a winner here, but it's really true. And that we now are selecting 3 teams who will continue means that we say we had so much great choice, so much inspiration, but we can only, let's say, send 3 teams forward. Doesn't mean that everyone else was worse or something like that. So everybody really got lots of inspiration. You made new contacts, new friends. You know who has his birthday in November. So let's not waste any more time. It's my real pleasure that Ines Podgajska is here in person and that she can now announce the big news. Who are the 3 winners of the second EuroTeQathon? Please.
Ta-da! Here comes the EuroTeQathon Oscar. So, I will not make it longer for you because I know you are very excited and you want to know who won. I just wanted to thank my colleagues in the jury. It was actually quite difficult work for us, but we came to the conclusion. So, in the category cities, the winner is Urban Mobility Hub. Congratulations. 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 It's for you.
I forgot to prepare, sorry.
Yes.
Probably just I wanted to mention that we were kidding afterwards that technical issues that we had, it's really, for me as Ukrainian, it's not an issue at all because we used to have lots of different issues at this moment. So we just wanted to thank you for the whole event. It was incredible. We are very excited to be here and the most excited to be on the next level. So it's very, yeah, it's incredible. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just also wanted to say why we decided that you are the winner team is because the real-time monitoring really enables all stakeholders to have access to this important and in real-time information. And this is very needed right now. Okay, good. So in the category energy, the winner is A New Life for Waste Heat. And the reason why, it's because it's very important to identify processes where energy harvesting can be done. So congratulations. You're welcome. It's for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the CTU to giving us this opportunity. Thank you for Munich University. Danke schön. And I guess we hope we will make a good impression in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you, El.
And so the last winner for today, at least for today, in the category consumption is Sartonics. And the reason why the jury decided to go for your team is because you really combine the scientific approaches related to activities of technical universities, but that is also needed for the societies to recycle. So thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an honor for us to be here. We worked really hard on it, and we would like to thank the support we got from the university in order to be here at all, and the program that we are in. And I would like to thank my team members for the really fantastic cooperation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Really proud to see these three different teams. Thank you for presenting them, and also thank you to everyone from the jury for being with here today, for asking critical questions, providing feedback, and making the hard decision to select only 3 teams out of the 16 great teams that we had here. So I would just do one applause for all the teams that presented today.
Bravo!
And then before we say goodbye, I would like to give the floor to one virtual speaker. On behalf of the European Commission, we have Vanessa DBS Santoine, I hope I say it correctly, to say a few words to you via Zoom. And we're just building up the tension here. This is one of our jury members. Is Vanessa also online? I think we were a bit faster than expected, so maybe she's not online yet. Well, then maybe just on behalf, while we are waiting for Vanessa, then maybe on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to say that I really like to also finally meet my own colleagues in real life. We've been working together for 1.5 years, and most of them are only in a Zoom call. So that's really nice. And I really like also the energy that I've seen like across the teams and within the teams in the last couple of days. I think the first day you were all sitting in the room a bit quiet, and then we started this weird bingo game and you saw all these things happening and the energy, and even though sometimes things were a bit different than expected, I think overall the energy and the flexibility that you've shown and that we've experienced here is just really, really good. I'm really happy to see that. And I'm also really curious what's happening. I think we're still trying to reach her. A minute, all right. Is there someone maybe from the audience that would like to say something in the next minute?
Well, I just would like to thank you very much for this great organization, first of all, of this meeting, this final coming together. And I would like to congratulate the teams very much on behalf of the Technical University of Munich here, and also the management board of the EuroTeQ Alliance. It really was most impressive to see your ideas. And it really was kind of for us in the jury, we call it in German a luxury problem. Luxury problem means that we really have the choice between just fantastic proposals. So one really can just repeat what was said. There were just winners, and it was really difficult to find, to decide actually. So you gave us a tough job, but also a very nice job, because we enjoyed very much your presentations, your ideas, your creativity. And we are really impressed of what has been developed in the last, in the last time now in your team. So sincere congratulations and thank you again very much. And now I see that I can leave, and we will now hear something. Okay, so all the best to you, and have a nice afternoon and a great celebration.
Thank you very much. All right, then I would like to give the floor to Vanessa. Thank you for joining us online.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to warmly congratulate the 3 winning teams of this contest, Leave No Waste Behind, and also all participants. Today, you are winning more than an award. You are the living proof that the young generation can take the lead into crafting better and also a more sustainable future for all of us. And for that, we are really grateful, and I must say impressed with your enormous capacity to be creative and reinvent our common future. It shows that we are so much more creative when we cooperate with peers from different disciplines and different countries, different institutions as well, and by bringing different perspectives together. And this is what makes Europe unique, European cooperation, but also our common European identity, that it is a strength that we need to cherish and that we need to exploit even much more to tackle the major challenges of our societies, for example, when it comes to climate change. It also shows how powerful it is to allow students to be real actors of change. And that is why we are very happy to celebrate this year the European Year of Youth, to celebrate and also to empower your generation to act on climate change and also the big challenges that our society is facing, and to do what our generation and our previous generations have not been able to do. And this is at the core of our European strategy for universities that we presented earlier this year. European universities alliances such as EuroTeQ are pioneering the implementation of this vision with a student-centered approach. When it comes, for example, to embed sustainability within all curricula and at all levels, be it at bachelor, master, or doctorate level, but also to implement new course formats where students from different disciplines and countries can work on real-life projects together with researchers, with companies or cities partnering around concrete environmental challenges. By giving more opportunities for students to also customize their choice of where and what to study within the Alliance, in line, of course, with a pedagogical sound study program. So we want really students to become, in the European universities context, co-creators of their own study path, benefiting from flexible European curricula that can be customized through modular learning, and we hope one day to receive a European degree out of it. And where students can benefit through such a European alliance like EuroTeQ, to benefit from future skills when it comes to green and digital skills, for example, but also entrepreneurial and innovation learning opportunities for students to test their ideas through, for example, students' incubators, helping them to test but also to transform their innovative ideas in business ventures. To sum up, we will be very happy to welcome the winners, the 3 winning teams, in our offices in Brussels, in the different European institutions to showcase your innovative ideas to us, to our colleagues, and also to have the opportunity to discuss together how we can best support you to pursue and possibly implement your ideas and your dreams. But in the meantime, I want to wish you all every success in your studies. See you in Brussels next year. Thank you.
And so it comes to an end. Thank you, Lian, for moderating. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Henry, for co-hosting with me.
Thank you to all the teams. You made our lives very easy. You were very disciplined. You kept in time. You had great presentations. You were here in time today. Also very important. It was a real pleasure to see all your ideas, all your enthusiasm. And it was so inspiring. We really had a good time. And now we can give the word back to the hosts of this whole event, Stefan and Veronica, please.
Yes, thank you very much. We know, of course, only we are standing between you and the cakes that are over there. Yeah, so we will be very brief, but we once again want to take the opportunity to say some words of thanks. First of all, to Liane and Henry for moderating this day today. I think it worked really, really well. They already mentioned it, so thank you very much for this. We also want to say thanks to the EuroTeQ team that was first time here in present together and organized and helped to make this days possible here in Munich. So thank you also for the whole EuroTeQ team. Of course, we also wanted to say a word of thanks to our technical team here. They really did an amazing job, I would say. Yeah, it worked really perfectly, everything very smooth. And you know, if you have all these different things to organize, something might always go wrong, but I think it really worked out very well. Thank you so much for this. So, since you already said thank you to all the teams, yeah, we can just also say this again, and want really now not to stand between you and the cake. So, thank you again for being here. We enjoyed it really, and now, go together and
let's celebrate.